Okay, I'll call to order the, what day is today? February 27th, City of Boulder Planning Board meeting. We will start off with the approval of minutes. We've got one set of minutes to review, which is February 6th. Does anyone have any further comments other than what was made on via email or a motion, perhaps?
I would make a motion. Move to approve the minutes as in our packet.
Cool. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Unanimously approved. Then we have public participation. So for those of you who are here to speak with us about something that is not on tonight's agenda, which is either the Ingram Court change of occupancy from 12 to 16 folks or the Hill Hotel concept plan review, this is the time to come up and speak to us. Has anybody signed up, Cindy? No? Cool. Does anybody else want to come up and tap dance for a minute? Okay, great. We'll move to the discussions of planning board call-ups and continuations. In these positions, we have two call-ups in front of us. One is for a subdivision at 2250 and 260 Pearl, and the other one's a different subdivision for the Aloha subdivision on 2800 5th Street. Does anyone have any questions on those? Okay, great. Then we'll move into our public hearing items. And the way this will work, for those of you who may not be familiar, is we'll have a presentation from staff, typically and then questions from planning board to staff, presentation by the applicant. We may ask them a few questions as well. And then opportunity for public comment on that topic. Everyone gets 3 minutes each. And then we'll return the matter to the board for deliberation. And a decision on the first item and recommendations on the second item. And so we'll start off with a presentation by staff.
Great, thanks very much. Good evening, planning board members. I'm going to turn it over to Sloan Walbert, who's been the case manager, to present staff's analysis tonight.
All right, good evening, everyone. So, can you hear me okay? The request tonight is for occupancy higher than 12 persons for an existing not-for-profit permanently affordable cooperative housing unit, which is referred to as Ingram Court Community Housing, located at 4662 Ingram Court. The proposed occupancy is 16 persons. This request requires a public hearing and planning board recommendation to the city manager. So as a quick overview, I'll cover some background on the cooperative housing ordinance and the prior approval, the review process, an overview of the context and proposal, analysis of the one key issue regarding occupancy, and end with a recommendation to the board. So for some background, Ordinance 8119 was adopted by City Council in January of 2017, and the ordinance was effective in February of 2017. The intent of the ordinance was to facilitate the creation of housing cooperatives in the city. It essentially amended Title IX and Title X of the Boulder Revised Code to allow cooperative housing units to be reviewed as licenses rather than as an administrative land use review. The process and documentation was largely modeled off of the rental housing licensing program. And the only regulation remaining in Title IX, which is the land use code, is the allowable occupancy, which is the subject of tonight's hearing. The licensing of co-ops is prescriptive, and a license is issued by city staff if an applicant can demonstrate compliance with specific criteria. And the subject co-op applied for and received a license in December of 2017 and has been in operation since that time with an allowable occupancy of 12. Just for some background, the original request was for 16 occupants, and it was considered by the planning board at a hearing on November 2nd of 2017. However, after hearing public comments and some board discussion, the board voted to continue the item. And prior to such a hearing, the applicant withdrew the request and are asking for your consideration again tonight. So per section 985 in the land use code, cooperative housing units are limited to 12 residents in low density residential districts and 15 in other districts. However, in all districts, there must be a minimum of 200 square feet of habitable space per person. However, the city manager may authorize a greater number of occupants in a co-op that is deed restricted as permanently affordable if the planning board, after a public hearing, recommends a greater number. So the applicant tonight is a not-for-profit permanently affordable co-op, and the property is deed restricted as permanently affordable. Therefore, they are eligible to ask for this increase in occupancy. The code says that before making a recommendation, the planning board must consider the potential impacts on the surrounding community, the number of residents proposed, the proposed habitable square feet per person, the available off-street parking, and the mission of the cooperative. So to give some context, the site is located in South Boulder on the north side of Ingram Court in the Martin Acres neighborhood. It's primarily a low-density residential development. However, there are several high-density multifamily developments located to the south and the east. There's also a U.S. Post Office and Bridge Houses ready-to-work center in the vicinity. And the Tantra Drive and Table Mesa Park and Ride is located to the southwest and is easily accessible to the site. The site is located in the residential low zone district. The homes located on the south end of Ingram Court demarcate a boundary to the residential high 5 zoning district to the south. And just as a note, cooperatives are allowed in all zone districts with the exception of agricultural, industrial, and public zones. The site contains a relatively large 400 square feet, 4,600 square feet home. The original structure was built in 1961. However, a large 2-story addition was built on the rear of the house in 1996. In 2017, Boulder Housing Coalition purchased the property and later transferred ownership of the property to North Haven Community Ownership LLC in 2018, which is a nonprofit corporation. The proposal is for a rental co-op, and none of the proposed residents would have a direct or indirect ownership in the cooperative organization or in the property itself. As I mentioned, a low-income rental housing covenant was recorded, which ensures that the property is deed restricted as permanently affordable. And based on the covenants on the property, a minimum of 5 bedrooms will be rented at 50% of area median income and 5 at 40% AMI. As I mentioned, the proposal is for 16 total occupants. And as part of their application, the applicant submitted a trash removal plan and a parking plan. Per the parking plan, there's 1 off-street parking space located in the garage and 1 space located in the driveway leading to the garage. The plan limits the number of vehicles parked in the public right-of-way to 3. Members are screened for car ownership through the application process, and all occupants receive a membership to eGo Car Share and to Community Cycles to support the mobility of residents without vehicles. So the applicant states that the increased occupancy would allow the cooperative to serve a wider demographic like low-income families, single parents who would like to share a room with their children, or adult couples that would like to share a room. It would also provide them flexibility in resident selection, which helps them to prevent vacancies. So the key issue for discussion is whether 16 occupants are appropriate for the co-op. In terms of the number of residents proposed in the habitable area per person, the occupancy would be consistent with the standards of the International Property Maintenance Code. The habitable space and bedrooms are sufficient to accommodate 16 occupants. The dwelling unit has 4,536 square feet of habitable space, which amounts to 284 square feet per person. That's far in excess of the required 200 square feet. The house has 12 bedrooms with sufficient space to accommodate the occupants, and 11 of the bedrooms are of a sufficient space to accommodate multiple occupants. Regarding parking impacts, on-street parking is available on one side of Moorhead Avenue and on both sides of Ingram Court. Staff expects that the allowed 3 cars in the public right-of-way would be adequately accommodated in the on-street parking areas. There's also overflow parking available in the park and ride in the area. Regarding the mission of the co-op, Boulder Housing Coalition has stated their mission is to provide permanently affordable, community-oriented housing to low-income residents of the city and county of Boulder. And the cooperative at Ingram Court was specifically created to serve that mission. The applicant also states that the cooperative housing model offers comprehensive affordability, which addresses food, energy, transportation, and other household costs through the sharing of labor and resources. And the mission of the cooperative meets the intent of that special allowance for greater occupancy in the cooperative housing ordinance. Regarding potential impacts on the surrounding community, the intent of the cooperative housing ordinance was to facilitate the creation of cooperative housing units while at the same time limiting the effects on the neighborhoods and on the availability of housing for families. So the co-op is required to follow the prepared parking reduction plan, which I described, and based on the location of the property, it is feasible for residents to travel to work, school, et cetera, without the use of a car. It's well served by public transit, and it's located on 2 major transit corridors. It's also well connected for bicyclists and pedestrians with several multi-use paths in the area, on-street bike lanes, and designated bike routes. There are 2 Ego car share vehicles parked at the Tantra Park Park and Ride, or Tantra Drive Park and Ride. Oops. About that. Lost my mouse. Where did it go? So in terms of traffic and noise impacts, due to the limitation on the number of vehicles associated with the co-op, the majority of traffic would be pedestrian and bicyclists, which would not have the same noise and exhaust impacts as vehicles. And generally, the co-op would be required to maintain compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, which can be enforced through an administrative process. The co-op has been operating with 12 occupants for about 2 years, and the request for an additional 4 occupants would not substantially impact the neighborhood. And lastly, the adopted co-op ordinance attempts to strike a balance between facilitating co-ops and protecting the community. It also intended to create permanently affordable nonprofit co-ops and provide an incentive for this form of co-ops. And Boulder Housing Coalition does have experience in operating these types of establishments and has strict operational guidelines, and staff expects that the cooperative unit would continue to be a well-managed use. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the planning board recommend an occupancy of 16 occupants or persons. Only if the planning board recommends approval can the city manager approve this request. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Sloan.
Sure.
Does anyone have any questions for staff? Sarah?
So I was a little confused about the, I can't remember what document it was in, of the many documents that were part of this packet, but of the 12 current 12 potential residents, there are 2 that don't seem to be required to earn income lower than, I believe it's 60% of AMI. Can you just explain, I was a little confused about that.
I think Lincoln from Boulder Housing Coalition would probably provide a better answer, but yes, it's not every occupant has to meet the AMI standards.
Okay, so maybe you can explain, Lincoln can explain later, but from the city's perspective, why was the ordinance written that way?
So that's actually the covenant placed on the property, not the ordinance.
Does every property have that same covenant?
If it is a not-for-profit co-op, this is the only one in existence currently.
This is the only not-for-profit co-op right now.
With a covenant on the property, as far as I'm aware. Okay.
John?
Yeah. Can you describe the success or otherwise of the co-op in meeting all of its obligations so far?
Sure. So the ordinance has a number of reliefs that can be used by the neighborhood if they do feel like there's an issue. There has only been one call, a complaint on the co-op, and it was unrelated to the operation of the co-op. There was an argument between residents. So to me, that's an indication that it has been operating as intended with the allowable 12 occupants.
Can I
Yeah,
follow up?
please.
So does that mean that someone from the city has been, say, reviewing the incomes of the tenants there to ensure that, you know, that the mean incomes are as they should be in those conditions?
I'm not aware of how we would be checking people's incomes. Essentially, it's a complaint-based system that if there was a complaint, we would do research and see if they're in compliance or not.
So that's not something that the neighbors would be likely to be aware of or issue a complaint about if that wasn't being satisfied?
No, those types of complaints would typically be from someone residing on the property or someone who applied.
Thank you.
Yeah, it seems like both of those questions would be good ones for us to give to the applicant as well. Any other questions for staff? Okay, do we have an applicant presentation?
Let's see.
Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lincoln Miller. I'm the Executive Director of Boulder Housing Coalition. And let me just start by saying I appreciate each and every one of you. I've seen the packets that y'all have to read, and I appreciate the work that you do for this city to help us move forward with housing. So Sloan did a fantastic job overall in that presentation. There's less for me to say, but let me jump right into those couple of questions real quick. So in terms of your question about the incomes, every year we're audited by the City of Boulder Division of Housing Asset Manager, and each one of the incomes of every applicant is checked. But neighbors don't care about that. But to your question about the AMI in the covenant versus the AMI within the ordinance, and they're definitely different matters. Each covenant is written when you get a grant from the City of Boulder Division of Housing, and they're all different. And ours, as Sloan mentioned, specifies we need to qualify 10 people total, 5 at 40% AMI and 5 at 50% AMI. Now, in addition to that, within the ordinance, it states that the rents cannot exceed the 60% AMI limit. We are, by covenant, below the requirements, or we satisfy the requirements in the ordinance. I hope that answers. All right, so let's move on. You said our mission. We're doing affordable cooperative housing. 4662 Ingram Court. We're here to ask for 16 folks to live there. It's permanently affordable. We have $350,000 in grants from the city in order to make it happen. It's been 2 years. Things are going great overall. We did manage to partner with Boulder Housing Partners in order to get a property tax exemption, and that helps us to continue to operate the building. So that's the reason why we switched owners from Boulder Housing Coalition to North Haven Community Ownership. But that ownership is a 99.99% to BHC and 0.01% to the Housing Authority, which grants the tax exemption by state statute. It's still owned by 2 tax-exempt entities, so we don't have a problem, I believe. Okay, continuing on. let's see. Yeah, we mentioned the breakdown of 50% AMI and 60% AMI within the house. I think the other thing that's really important is we've got 12 bedrooms. 12 bedrooms is the number of bedrooms that we needed to make the building operate. When you buy a building, you've got to satisfy the lender and the grantor. So we need to hit a certain debt service coverage ratio in order to get a loan. If we didn't have those 12 rooms in there, we wouldn't be generating enough income. We would have never been able to buy the building. So we were stuck with the 12 rooms and the 12 occupants. But that creates a problem for us, because that means that we can't have anyone share a room. And low-income folks like to share rooms, couples like to share rooms, single parents like to share rooms with their children. And that's not allowed under the current configuration. So that's why we're asking for 16. It's just about flexibility in our member selection. That's what this is about. There's been some talk in the neighborhood listserv about how we're trying to get rich. We're not, okay? We're not going to make any more money here. We're not going to add bedrooms. The only thing that's happening is people can share a room if they want. So a single parent can share with their kid, or a couple can share. That's all that we're looking for here. Let's see. Yeah, so the critical flexibility, all of our other cooperatives have this critical flexibility. So let's keep going. Okay, the parking. I know this is very important to folks. As the ordinance states, you can't have more than 3 cars on street. We take this very seriously. You sign a parking agreement in addition to your lease, and in that agreement, it states the make and model of your vehicle and your license plate number, and you're entitled to that 1 parking space, and it's specified where that's located. So if you don't park where you're supposed to park, then that's a lease violation, and that can lead to someone's lease being terminated. So we are using the off-street, and we have used the Tantra as a spillover parking, but we've never had more than the 3 on-street, and it's strictly enforced. So I hope everyone understands how serious we're taking that. In addition, when you meet with us to move in, staff goes over that with each and every person who moves in and explains just how serious that parking limitation is. Yeah, and the other thing is the mobility package was mentioned, so we try and give everyone car share. We wish we could give eco passes, but it's not a district. And as Sloan already covered, we've got plenty of square feet at 12 and at 16. There's plenty of common space to satisfy the ordinance. And equally important, there's plenty of space for the folks to live and have good storage and common space and share bedrooms. And yeah, it's a strange Frankenstein house where one house was added together to another house. I'm pretty sure you couldn't do that now, but they did it, and we bought it, so that's what happened. And then here you have some of the work that we've done. The top picture is what it was when we got it, and then the bottom picture, that's the new front landscaping that the residents did. You can see some of that. And I think the other thing that's really important to mention is our sustainability. So we're using 1/3 the per capita energy of other Coloradans based on an independent engineering study that was done on all the cooperatives of Boulder. And so the reason why we're able to do that is because of sharing. We're sharing a house that you might have 4 people normally occupy, and we have 12, and we'd like to go to a maximum of 16. But the other thing that I want to say about that 16, that is the maximum. I understand people always think the worst, but what really happens when you have a maximum of 16 is it bumps up the average number of occupants from 12 to about 13 and a half. you don't always have the maximum number of occupants. It just creates that flexibility for folks to share. So continuing on, we have a commitment to the neighborhood, a commitment to our curb appeal, and a commitment to following the rules. Yeah, here's us doing some work on creating the front landscaping. We've put about $150,000 into the property to improve it, and the residents put more than 100 hours into combined on working on the front and backyard to improve that. And I think that the continuous ownership of the nonprofit means that this property is going to be well taken care of. We have a very strong investment in this property, and we're going to own it forever. And we want it to be permanently affordable, and we've signed a covenant that states that. So we're really trying hard to get solar on there. I didn't get the grant we wanted, but we're going to keep trying. Here's another, you can see the residents in the back there. If you look, they're working on the new yard and the garden, and we've repurposed all of that lava rock and moved it around to make a nicer yard. So I think we've talked about positive impacts on the neighborhood. I think we've talked about, we have quiet hours, so we understand that noise is an issue, and those are part of the internal rules of the cooperative. I think that we improve the economic diversity of the neighborhood. We bring in low-income renters. And I guess the last thing I want to say is that we've been interacting on the list and talking with neighbors. Many have been respectful, but I do need to mention that there is this notion that keeps coming forward when low-income folks move in, which is, what are you gonna do for the neighborhood? What are you gonna contribute? Now, when rich people show up and they buy a lot and they scrape it and they build to the edge and they build to the height limit and they put on 7,000 square feet, nobody asks what they're gonna do for the neighborhood, right? But low-income folks have an additional standard that they have to meet. That standard comes from an unfair class bias, from our local neighborhoods all the way up to the race for the president of the United States. So until we address this unfair class bias in our society, then there won't be housing justice. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Don't go anywhere, please.
I think we will have a few questions for you. Sarah, you're jumping at the bit?
Yeah, I just would like to ask you the question about the two rooms that are not limited to or boundaried by the AMI requirement. Just help me to understand why that's a part of your covenant and what that has meant for the co-op.
Okay, that's a good question. Sorry, I forgot that one. So when we build the covenants, we often build a small amount of flexibility for a couple of people that don't qualify, because what that does is that helps keep vacancy down. Sometimes you can't find a qualifying applicant, but you really need to fill a spot. So we do 10 out of 12, and that's part of our agreement with the city. Then later, when we added the tax exemption, we also added so people who had already qualified were grandfathered in, but anybody who comes in now has to be at least 80% of the area median income, because that's the state requirement for affordability. So even on those two, those folks cannot make more than 80% of the area median income going forward. And then on the 10, they have to qualify at 50 and 40.
Okay,
Does that? Mm-hmm. Okay.
thank you.
John?
Yeah, can you give us an idea of how the
think your mic's not
finances
on.
have gone? Oh, sorry. Can you give us an idea of what the finances have looked like so far with the existing 12-person maximum?
At first, there were some challenges. We had to go from nobody to a full co-op. That's always a challenge. And then there's a lot of training. So there's a year of training, essentially. And during that time, we had some economic challenges. Then we went for the property tax exemption. That really helped. Lately, we are struggling with some vacancies. So we hope that this extra flexibility in who we can pick will help us with that problem. So a single parent shows up and we have to say no, or we have to say you have to rent 2 rooms, and then they say, how much does that cost? And we say $1,200, and I'm like, oh, I can't afford that. So.
Thank you. Can I follow up?
Feel free.
So I'm trying to understand how much flexibility is built in under the existing limits with respect to your financial arrangements, and how that might change with increasing the limit if you're not filling it at the moment.
Yeah, so we've gone through cycles where there's been a high turnover, but we've always been able to fill all the rooms. It's just been a struggle at some points. So we're facing some challenges. The amount of extra money is about $900 extra a month. And that's just enough to go into the reserves for depreciation protection. So there's not a whole lot of extra money. You got to show 20% more extra money or the bank won't loan. So that's what that $900 extra a month is. Going from 12 to 16, it won't affect that. The only thing that it could affect is it could lower the vacancy a bit so that it's easier to fill. But it's not gonna, we're not getting any more rooms, we're not getting more money.
So is there some minimum lease time that is required for tenants or co-op members?
All our leases are a year.
And have people actually been staying for a year in your experience? Or is the turnover such that some people stay for a month or 2 and leave, or how does that work?
That's a good question. So the answer is some of both. So we have folks that have been there since the beginning, since it opened, and then we have other folks that didn't complete the year or stayed for a year and left. So the answer is it varies, just like, honestly, all rentals.
David?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand for my interest, but so the pricing is on a per bedroom basis. So like if a couple and 1 child moved into 2 rooms, it would be the same as if a single parent and 2 children moved into those same rooms, or whatever. It's per room is what the rent is set at.
That's correct. But if you have a double occupancy, there's an extra utility charge.
Oh, I see. So there's something gets added on for a double occupancy in a room. Okay.
But not a lot. It's
Okay.
nominal.
Okay. Yeah. Just curious. Thank you.
Yep.
Cool. Any other questions? Lupita?
Yeah, because I was trying to do the numbers, and I appreciate you having to have 12 people for 12 rooms. And if you want to have a family, like if I have my child want to be with me, you're forced to have an empty bedroom somewhere.
Which we can't afford.
You cannot afford, that's exactly. So the prices, because I was looking, there are different sizes, the rooms. So some of them are appropriate for 2, even more people according to the minimum, space on your table 1, the allowable occupancy. So you can go higher than that. However, the 16 is because that's the absolute maximum that it can be set. And, but there was another 15 number and another part of it's a long document. And I remember I saw the 15 and I was thinking, well, so why is it 15? Why is it 16 and not 15? Do you know where I might have gotten that?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't worry about the 15. The 2 important numbers are 12, that's where we are, 16, where we want to go.
And so, so regarding to that, the rooms that you expect that you will be most appealing to, say, this single parent families, will be the larger ones, I'm assuming. how much larger is the charge for those rooms compared to, let's say, the smallest or the average one? Is that much of a difference, or?
No, I mean, the way we do it is, there's also a preference in there. So there's bigger rooms, but they're in basements. So that kind of evens it out in a way. But there's a 250 square foot room in there, which I know some folks don't think is that big, but you know, for low-income folks, like, they can't afford a lot. So that's a big room, and you can share with your kids in a room that size, and it works.
Sarah, you had a question as well?
Yeah, so I had a couple of questions. The first was, I'd like to sort of explore, since one of the criteria that we'll be discussing is the mission of the co-op. And I'm trying to square the mission of a cooperative living arrangement and significant turnover. And from the outside looking in, it's hard to understand whether the mission is being fulfilled if you aren't finding that significant percentage of the people who move in stay for the purpose of living intentionally in a community, in a particular type of community. Just curious if you can just speak to that a little bit.
Sure. So when we go and get the grant, we get the covenant, and the requirements are based on the rents that we're going to charge and the incomes of the folks that live there. That's how we define affordability in a federal sense and in a state and in a local sense. So what we're offering is very affordable bedrooms, and we have community, and we have shared food. So that makes the overall package very affordable, including transportation options that we're throwing in. So the people that get to stay there are getting affordability. And our mission is to provide affordable housing to the people of Boulder County, so we're doing our mission. We can't control how long somebody stays in a lease for. That's up to them. The only thing that we can do is improve our building, improve the way it functions, but we also provide ongoing maintenance and management so that the nonprofit is going to be there year upon year. If one person switches out of a room, that doesn't really matter because the nonprofit's going to be there and it's still going to be offering affordability.
Yeah, no, I'm not challenging at all the affordability component of your mission, but in the documents that you shared, you do make a point of reiterating the intentional community element. And in some of the letters that we received, not from co-opers, but from neighbors and neighbors who might live in other areas where there are co-ops, is just some questions about how to interpret, how to analyze that the intentionality of the community can appear to be secondary in some ways for folks who've moved in and then moved back out.
Well, I mean, I think one of the things we showed was that people working together to improve the outside of the building. You know, every week there's a meeting. 4 or 5 times a week there's a group meal. That creates the feeling of community, those aspects of the cooperative. It's a kind of housing that you can't get outside of cooperatives in this city, and it's because we're not blood related, but we operate like a family would, and we make the rules collectively. And then the other thing that's really important is what we call rights commensurate with ownership. So you're going to hear from one of the folks later who's on the Boulder Housing Coalition board and lives at Ingram. So we provide a resident control of the nonprofit that's really unprecedented in this city and in this state. So that's part of the community aspect of what, as well, community involvement and community control.
All right, I mean, I appreciate, I may not be communicating the question I'm trying to ask all that clearly. So let me just, one question that isn't about community.
Okay.
You mentioned that you all have, or some of your residents have taken advantage of the spillover parking. So does that mean that there are in fact more than 5 residents who have cars?
Let's see. I don't think that's true right now, but it could be true if somebody was parking in the Tantra Park and Ride.
Yeah, I was just, you mentioned that you all have taken advantage of the spillover, which is what it exists for. So I was just trying to clarify if what that meant was you have had residents there have been more than 5 cars associated, using up more than the 5 spots that are part of the covenant.
There's no 5 spots in the covenant.
There's 3 street parking and 2 off-street parking, correct?
No, the ordinance states that no more than 3 cars can be parked on street, period. There's no covenant that
But
involves parking.
And you have 2 parking spots on site. Right, so that's 5.
Yeah.
And then but what you said, I'm just trying to clarify, because you said.
And I'm trying to
our
explain that the folks, if people park in Tantra Park and Ride, they are not parking on street. Therefore, they are not in violation
I'm not
of
asking
the
it-
ordinance.
I'm not
And
ask-
parking is not listed in the covenant.
One of the, okay, but you all make a very specific point in your materials that you make sure that the residents understand the parking requirements and the limitations and the implication of what you write. And maybe what I'm implying is incorrect, but the implication is that you all have never had more than 5 cars associated with the residents in the house. And what you said earlier, which is that residents have taken advantage of, which is the purpose of the spillover, they have taken advantage of the spillover parking, tells me that in fact, I think it tells me that in fact, there have been more than 5 cars associated with the co-op. And that's all I'm asking. I'm just trying to understand if that is correct.
What I said in my presentation is that there are no more than 3 cars parked on the street.
I think I may have a way to break this.
Okay.
I don't think
Maybe it's just like any other house, any other family. They have a certain amount of spots in front of their house, and if they have other cars, they park them somewhere else. Whether that's true for a co-op or a family is hard to tell, but if they're not in violation of if they're not taking spots that are not in front of their house, I don't know how you would track that any other way, anyway, compared to any other home. We have probably just like any other home.
Yeah.
Sometimes there may be, sometimes there may not be.
Let's see if we can push this into the discussion for later, but I think just one clarification on that is I think you might be, the limit on how much on-street parking there is in the land use code, not in the covenant. So that's where that's happening. Any other questions for Lincoln, or should we hear from the public? John?
One other. I'm thinking about the duration of.
Is your mic on, John?
Oh, sorry. Just to pursue the matter of how long folks stay in the co-op.
Sure.
In the arrangements, what sort of incentives do you have to encourage that? Is there some sort of a deposit that has to be paid that they lose if they move out too early? Or there's a variety of incentives that one can imagine. How do you deal with that?
Sure, we have a deposit just like all other rentals. In addition, we have a reletting fee. So it's actually not an incentive. It's a punishment for leaving early.
Well,
and then we have, based on our covenant, there's an automatic right to renew. So if you want to renew the lease, we have to let you, unless you broke the lease in a substantial way. That's another matter. And then we have the community, the savings, that you get all of the skill building that you get, which I didn't have time to mention, which is things like learning accounting and learning management.
I understand the benefits associated for the community associated with this, but I'm trying to understand how you incent people to stay long. Because it seems to me that's been one of the concerns, is people coming for a short time and then moving out in less than a year. So that's what I'm interested in.
I understand folks are concerned about that. You know, we have an internal concern about that. So we're working on it. I don't have the answer, but I can tell you that rental housing has higher turnover.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably, you have one more question? Okay.
One, I'll just make a comment regarding that. I think it's probably too soon to kind of look at that turnover, because 2 years is really relatively short in terms of how long you've been around. So I don't see that as a big problem just yet. But I do have a question regarding the makeup of your residents. So I know that the goal is to have affordable housing. I mean, and I'd like to know who gets to live there? Who lives now? So what's the makeup? Are we talking about college students? Are we talking young professionals? I know that right now it would be at a loss if you had a family with children. So does that even happen yet? I mean, if you can just give us a sense of who lives there now, that would be nice.
Sure. To your last part, in 3 out of the 4 co-ops, we have families living there. At Ingram, we don't, because of this problem with the 12 rooms and the 12 people. In addition, we have a discount for families. It's a special $130 extra off your rent if you have dependents. So we're really trying to serve low-income families. People have to income qualify, so it's low-income folks. In order to qualify, you have to have a job. So you've got to be able to submit employment documents that, as we mentioned before, is audited by the city. So you're looking at people who are making below 50% of the area median income. It's very difficult for undergraduate students who are under 24 to qualify. In most cases, they will not qualify based on the City of Boulder Division of Housing rules. So, but graduate students with a job can qualify, so some of those folks do live there. People who work for nonprofits, nurses, teachers, people who work in the service industry. That's the kind of folks that live there. I'd say half the people are below 30% of the area median income.
Cool. Shall we? Okay, great. Thanks very much, Lincoln.
Thank you all.
Now we'll turn to public comment. If you haven't signed up and you'd like to speak to us on the Ingram Court public hearing item, you sign up with Cindy over here. And I will call 3 of you at a time. We have a small chunk of folks signed up. So the way this works best is if the 3 people I call, go ahead and stand up and get ready, sort of on deck to speak. When you're up here, you'll have a little light in front of you, those 3 lights. Green means go, yellow means you should be thinking about wrapping up, and red means stop, or I'll probably interrupt you. And that totals out at 3 minutes. So we are going to start off with Cecilia Gertz, Jane Manning, and then Fleming Schumpf. And I have to apologize for all of the bad spellings and or pronunciations that we'll run into here. And just to be sure that everybody understands, we're trying to cultivate a culture here of good communication, and so if there's anything that you don't like that someone says, you should keep that to yourself. If there's something that you like, don't shout and holler. You can wiggle your fingers if you want to, but that's about it.
Good evening. My name is Cecilia Gers. I'm a resident on Ingram Court, 4669 Ingram, directly across the street from the co-op at 4662 Ingram. I'm here to impose the increase. A need for 4 additional residents has not been demonstrated, given that there is, it's under-occupied right now. I'm baffled by a planning process in which those putting this co-op together knew that there would be a a limit of 12, underneath the ordinance, went ahead with it, and now are coming back yet a second time asking for 4 additional persons. What kind of planning process goes on where you're figuring out your financials, you're figuring out your occupation, and you know that you are constrained by 12? How do you come up with a house with 12 rooms and not know that you have to rent them for a certain amount, which would preclude families, which would preclude single parents? That part just flummoxes me. More residents does not a low-density neighborhood make. As you saw, this is zoned as low-density residence. Unless we're living in a Victorian era, and that's our comparison standard, a house of 12 people is not low density, and this is a residential area. 16 is beyond the pale in my mind. None of that says low density housing. The parking is really an issue. The picture that you saw on Moorhead is not typical of the number of cars on that street. And the traffic on Ingram is really a safety issue. There are cars parked on both sides of the street. Cars come whipping around that horseshoe, making foot traffic across the court really a life or death experience. Sometimes even backing out of one's driveway is a problem. If the parking overflow is in the park and ride, how can that be? Because that's a place where you have to pay. RTD makes you pay to park in that parking ride. The whole parking issue is kind of a little vague in my mind. I was a single parent myself. My husband died at the age of 48. I don't see how I could have lived without a car. Boulder Housing Coalition may want to increase the number by 4, but do they really need to? There's a difference. The ordinance was not developed in a slapdash way. It was deliberated for a very long period of time. Everyone knew that 12 was the number. What happened in the planning process? That's my question. I suggest that the conditions in the ordinance be adhered to. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Cecilia. Next is Jane Manning, then Fleming, whose last name I'm not going to try again, and then Eric Budd.
Hello, my name is Jane. I live on Ingram Court. My husband and I purchased our property in 1974 and have lived there since. I protest the said proposal as stated in the January 2220 notice by the city. Per the original proposal, I objected to 12 people based on the sheer numbers of people, not the people themselves. I've met a couple of the people that live in the co-op and had pleasant conversations with them, but I don't know anyone else. If 12 is okay, now you're requesting 16. What is next? What is the end game, and how many people would you ultimately want? Is this an incremental way of trying to get more and more people? So I do object. It continues to degrade the neighborhood and gets away with city-sanctioned over-occupation by virtue of the fact that it's subsidized housing, also non-tax paying. It is not as originally advertised to the court residents as a group of people committed to one another to live as a family. Since occupants have apparently reneged on their commitment to the co-op and left the so-called community, the building is not up to 12 capacity. It begs the question why. It proves that this structure is nothing more than a rooming house. Owning a home is a big responsibility and true commitment, as proven by 46 years here. A home is most people's, if not their sole investment for the future, i.e. retirement, is probably the largest. To learn from a local realtor that I will automatically lose 10%, if not more, on resale value of my property by the mere presence of a co-op, let alone allowing more occupancy, is shocking and disheartening, to say the least. So, to someone who's spent most of their working life here, always paying taxes, contributing to the economy, et cetera. Oh dear. I can't even read. This most definitely would affect my income. My husband of 52-plus years is 2 years into a memory care. If you think this is affordable, think again. When he's gone, I'll have more impact to my income. I have been spending quite a bit of money to improve my property to help the resale value and to enjoy my home as long as I can. I query my own choices if my home continues to lose value by degradation of the neighborhood with the presence of a co-op and its known effects of over-occupancy of most nearby housing that, thank you. I don't like being in this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jane. Fleming, and then Eric Budd, and then Kurt Nordbeck.
Hi, I'm Fleming Schutrumf. I live at 4656 Ingram Court. Thank you for giving the neighborhood an opportunity to speak as well. I also wanted to thank the co-op for moving the extra cars off the street while this hearing has been pending. I'm sure once the hearing's done, those 5 or 6 cars will be parked on Ingram again. And depending on how the hearing goes, maybe there's 4 more. And there's a mention of the car share, but that's an extra car that's not accounted for with the 5 cars or the 15 cars or however many cars do associate with the co-op. Next, we currently have the same number of co-ops, the 12 or so people, as in 1/3 of the entire Ingram Street. So we're kind of creating a concentration house on Ingram Court, like a third of the residents of an entire street in one house. And this is a low-density neighborhood built for couples with 2.2 kids in the early 60s. And what I'm learning now, and this kind of makes more sense to me now based on this speech, is when I moved, I grew up in Boulder, but I lived in Denver for 3 years in the hood, never had crime issues. I moved to Boulder within 2 months of living on Ingram Court. I had my truck broken into and $4,000 of tools stolen. But what I noticed, there's a lot of strangers walking around, and it seems like the co-op is a revolving door. And I don't think the city would license a boarding house or a hotel on a low-density residential area. And when I'm concerned about keeping my tools safe, and I don't know any of the people that walk by, and there's all kinds of just changing traffic, that's incompatible with South Boulder, with Martin Acres, the kind of neighborhood it is. Next, I think what nobody addressed is all the 12 residents, or it could be 16, they're entitled to have girlfriends or boyfriends or visitors, and how do they get there, and where do they park? And Moorhead is parked full all the time, and so there's all this ancillary traffic that a high-density house like this creates that nobody mentioned. Again, it's incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And if you come to Ingram Court any day after 6, it's like there's a block party, but there's no block party. We just have this one house that is the same habitancy as 1/3 of the neighborhood of that street, of the whole street we're on. And I think the 10% value, I got a deal on my house because of the co-op. It does lower values, and that was to my benefit. But the crime impacts of, I don't know who's possibly a burglar or who lives at the co-op or who's visiting, and the amount of traffic, that's not what I bought into. And that's not what the Boulder I grew up in was about. Thank you. I oppose the co-op expansion.
Great, thanks. Eric Budd, then Kurt Nordbeck, then Sarah Rodriguez.
Eric Budd, I live at Ingram Co-op. I just want to take a moment and breathe as I really reject the lies and the classism from that last speaker. That was unbelievable. In 2017, in October, I was here in this room. I was currently running for Boulder City Council. I had no idea at that time that at one point I would ever live in Ingram Co-op. I had no clue. I was here because I worked with a group of people for several years to enable this ordinance that could even allow our co-op to exist. And what happened several months later was a friend of mine, Zane Selvins, reached out to me and said, hey, we have rooms in this cooperative, we need to fill them, and you're perfect because you don't have a car, because that's what this ordinance restricts. It has been part of the challenge of filling our cooperative, as well as the very challenging income restrictions that we have. And I will just say, for full transparency, I'm one of the 2 people at Ingram who does not make those income qualifications, so I'm happy to answer any questions about that. And what did I do? Immediately, I became the person that runs the membership in Ingram. And for the past 2 years, I have been on the front line, placing Craigslist ads every week, placing, interviewing people, doing reference checks, making sure that they would income qualify, inviting them to the house, helping make sure that dinners are there. And I tell you all this to just try to give you some insight into how challenging it is to run and manage and, at times, live in permanently affordable housing. And I do it because I love it. It's the whole reason I got involved in this in the first place. And as someone, the question earlier, what do the people that don't income qualify bring to this house? They put in the work because they believe in it. They try to support the rents. We just increased planned out our rent increases for the next year. I voluntarily took more because I knew that I could. The folks who make more money in the house are basically subsidizing, the rest of the units. And just in speaking out this proposal specifically, it would basically allow us to take some of our more expensive rooms, which are essentially at the rate of market rate, and be able to allow those to be shared. And that takes basically 1 or 2 somewhat unaffordable rooms and produces 3 or 4 units of additional affordable housing.
Okay.
That's, in a nutshell, why this is so important.
Thanks,
as well as the diversity. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Cool. Thank you, Eric.
Excuse me.
Yeah, John has a question for you, sounds like.
Yeah, thanks for coming. I think you may have heard what I asked Lincoln Miller about increasing the duration of residences. Do you have anything to add to that about how that might be encouraged, given that it appears to be a concern?
Absolutely, and I think Member Montoya mentioned that it is relatively new in the life of Ingram Co-op, so I think it takes several years to kind of get folks established who are going to be more longer-term residents. As you look at the other co-ops that we have, that process has taken a few years. I would say the Ostar Co-op, which is about 5 years old, had a lot of challenges in the first 5 years, and I think it's kind of getting to the point where it's much more stable. So I think that's one thing. I think the price of the rooms is also a barrier because at the upper end, some of our rooms are just not quite as affordable as some other options that may be lesser quality, but when you look, as I mentioned, that they're very close to market rate. So there's not a massive incentive to live in the co-op, whereas some of the other co-ops, I think the affordability is a bit deeper. That's another reason that staying might be a benefit. Those are kind of the 2 off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks very much, Eric. Okay, so next up is Kurt Nordbeck, Sarah Rodriguez, and then Malik Salisbury.
Hi, Kurt Nordbeck. I'm the treasurer of Boulder Housing Coalition, and so watching the books is kind of my job. As has been mentioned, we expanded the system over the last few years to add the Ostara Co-op and also the Ingram Co-op, and it has been a challenge. It's been kind of touch and go off and on. It is difficult to make affordable housing work in Boulder, as you guys all know, in various different ways, and particularly with the model that the co-ops require. And we run an extremely lean operation, and I'm amazed at what we accomplish, but it has been difficult. And so expanding to 16 would just, as Lincoln mentioned, would give us the opportunity to allow, to be more flexible in the kinds of people that we accept into Ingram, and also to allow, when we're at 12, to have the headroom to go above it, and then compensate for times when there's additional vacancy. So it just gives us a little bit more financial space to make the numbers work, which, as I say, has been a problem. There were some good questions about the turnover in the co-ops, and it's a situation throughout our system. I think I would say, first of all, although we recently made the penalty for breaking a lease more stringent, we raised it, it is still below what you would find in a market rate rental. And partly that's because we don't want to lock people who already are at the financial edge into a situation where things might not be working for them. But also, I think that there's a tremendous amount of stability in life that comes from having greater wealth assets, right? And when you have less, it can be a pretty small thing that forces you to change your life situation. And so there just inherently, I think, is less stability for some people. Now, there are also people who have been in the system for years and years and are just absolute anchors of their houses and are wonderful and really create this community. But turnover is inevitably a certain problem. So thank you.
Can I ask you a question? Yes. So I'd be curious, what might it look like if the mix changed a bit, and instead of having 2 residents who did not have to meet the AMI requirements, you had 3, and maybe you went from 12 to 13 total? Like, are there other formulas that might give the co-op the flexibility it needs from a financial perspective that wouldn't feel like such a burden to the neighbors?
Yeah, that's a good question, and honestly, I don't have the detailed knowledge of all the specifics. I would have to defer to Lincoln about that. So it's an interesting question, and I'm afraid I can't. I'm not down in the details of the numbers enough to be able to answer that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Kurt. Sarah Rodriguez, Malik Salisbury, and then Marguerite Behringer.
Hi, my name is Sarah Rodriguez. I live at the co-op. I'm a school teacher. It's my first year teaching. I moved to Boulder to go to CU Boulder. And I've been, the co-op is one of the reasons why I can afford to live in Boulder as a school teacher. I'm single, so I'm unmarried, and I know a lot of people, actually all of the people at my school live in Longmont, all of the school teachers. And I've worked at other public schools, and that's been the case too. So I'm really grateful for the co-op because I really love living in Boulder. And I think that it is a great community. I guess I support it. Yeah, I support the expansion because I think that the community is definitely there despite the fact that people come and go, and because there's there's always people around in the house, and I think that they are dedicated to taking care of it and to taking care of each other. I think that the numbers, people moving in and out, doesn't really tell the story of being in the house. I don't think it tells the story of like all the people who like gather and make dinner together, and even like the co-op community as a whole, like the Boulder House, like the 4 coalitions, like we threw Christmas parties, we had like Thanksgiving together, like that's also like a community that is created. And it brings together a lot of different types of people, a lot of working class people and artists, and I think people who are not being welcomed in Boulder right now in other situations. I know I'm not the only person who couldn't afford to live in Boulder if it weren't for the housing, for this housing in specific. And so I feel like it's unfortunate, like how many people in like the service industry and teaching industries and artists, like those are people who make Boulder more vibrant, and they're not feeling welcome in Boulder. But the co-op, the Boulder Housing Coalition, it welcomes these types of people, and it creates spaces for them to meet and to create community and to create something like family. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Malik, and then Marguerite Behringer, and then Ilana Wilson.
Hi, my name is Malik Salisbury. I live at Ingram Co-op. I'm the garden steward, farmer, and cook by education and passion. I originally moved to Boulder about a year and 4 months ago, almost on the day. My first interaction with Boulder was not with the co-op, it was actually in a hotel room, and I was actually wondering if I would be able to afford to live here. I accepted an AmeriCorps Vista position. I moved from Iowa to Boulder in order to work for Community Food Share, which is the food bank for Boulder and Broomfield counties. I was able to use my passion for food and growing food and distributing food to people into basically an internship. But it does not pay well. It pays about poverty wages. And the Ingram Co-op is the only way that I was able to live semi-comfortably in Boulder. We really do need a lot more of those people that make this community more vibrant, and I feel that Ingram Co-op is a magnet for those people. It's a magnet for people that want to build community and add value to the neighborhood. My favorite project that I was able to do with Ingram was improve the landscape in the garden and the backyard and front yard. We took an unproductive landscape and turned it into a welcoming, hospitable landscape and productive vegetable garden that produced several hundred pounds of food that we were able to eat, but also donate back to Boulder Food Rescue and Community Food Share. Those are the kind of opportunities that Ingram Court Co-op has been able to give to me, but with this occupancy increase, I feel that it is also a chance to give even more people that opportunity to make Boulder just that more vibrant. Thank you.
Thanks, Malik. Marguerite Behringer, then Ilana Wilson, and then Mylene Jacquemart.
Thank you for having us here today. My name's Marguerite. I've lived in Boulder for about 7 years now, and I'm one of the founding members of Ingram Court and a current resident. I first became interested in co-ops for 2 primary reasons: sustainability and personal growth. In terms of sustainability, I work in the industry, or in the energy industry, and I was really interested in saving on electricity and utilities. And our house actually is just as efficient as other houses its size, even though we have 3 times the typical amount of residents. And you must remember as well that our house was renovated in the 1980s. It's 4,500 square feet and is otherwise, fairly efficient for the neighborhood. Furthermore, as a collective, we're able to engage with local vegetarian food supplies that typical low-income people cannot access. For example, we engage with 2 CSAs in the summertime. We buy bulk through the Boulder Food Cooperative, and we also were able to ramp up our garden space last year. These are all systems that cannot be accessed by typical low-income people in Boulder. Furthermore, I also help manage some of the transportation issues at the house, having lived there for a long time. I share my car, and we actually make sure to monitor how many cars are at the house, and we typically ask that there are 4 people with cars at the house at any given time. And as well, by sharing our resources, we're able to invest in things like flu medicine, which many of our income-constricted flu roommates say that they cannot afford without the systems that we have in place. Furthermore, as an only child, I've always wanted a bigger family, more sharing, and living in Boulder has made me more aware of authentic communicating, and living in the co-op has really helped me build up my leadership skills, as well as learn how to deal with other people and conflict, because conflict is natural. And frankly, I've become a better person by living in a co-op. In regards to the income or the occupancy increase in general, the last time we had a couple living in the house, they had to rent 2 rooms, even though they slept in the same room and kept all of their things in the same room. We had an empty room just because of this restriction. We currently also cannot accommodate single parents, as you know, or other people who might need a live-in assistant, like someone who has a disability. And currently, my long-distance partner, who is a very broke medical student, is also thinking about moving into Boulder before he starts his next job as a doctor. And we're really not sure if he's going to be able to live with me because he can't afford a room on his own right now. But we would like to try living together, since we've been together for 5 years and have never had that opportunity. So that's one personal reason that I really hope that this passes. Under current constrictions, however, my love story might be on pause, as many other roommates who have tried to come through our house are on pause. In fact, we just recently had someone who declined living in our house despite excitement because they couldn't afford it. I also would like to emphasize that the 16 doesn't mean that we're always going to have 16 people. It might sometimes be 12, and like you said, sometimes it might be 13. I would just like to say that my room is also one of 4 rooms in the house that is 180 square feet, and I would like to share my house because there's no shortage of space, social justice, resources, or love, and I'd like to continue to share it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Marguerite. Thanks for rushing it there at the end. Alana Wilson, Mylene Giacomet, Mart, and then Claudia Hansen-Thiem. And if you haven't signed up and you'd like to speak to us on this issue, you sign up with the board secretary over there.
Hi there. My name is Elena Wilson. Thank you very much for listening to folks speak about this issue tonight. I lived at a BHC house for 5 years, the Chrysalis Co-op downtown, which is also a 12-bedroom co-op, but has a cap of 16 and has been that way for the 25 years-ish that it's operated as a co-op. And there was not a single year in the 5 years I lived at that house when there was only 1 person per room. As you can imagine, when you have 12 rooms, that's 12 different individuals or parties who have, sometimes wildly different life circumstances. So there were folks who shared rooms as roommates. I lived with 2 different single moms, one with 2 children. There were partners. I, in fact, lived with my husband there, and now I live with my husband at a different co-op. And having the flexibility to have people share a room is invaluable. It's essential. One of the other things that I would say about turnover is that it happens all the time, especially at rental properties. But one of the things that I find incredibly and profoundly valuable about the co-op context is just the institutional memory and the systems and structures that are in place, that there is someone whose job it is in the house to onboard new members and to orient them to the systems, the shared food, the labor, answer questions and familiarize them with the process of just the way things work, and to help them figure out what is their stewardship, what is their weekly chore system. And so in that sense, the co-op that I live in now, Pickle Brick, there's, I remember when the co-op was founded and none of the original members are there, but we continue to maintain a lot of the traditions and norms because of that institutional memory. And I think that in terms of turnover at Ingram, and turnover at any of these houses, like when you have flexibility for people and like different life situations, that provides the opportunity for people to sort of commit to a place and stay there even if their circumstances change a little bit, whether they, want their partner to move in with them or like need to split the rent with a roommate, or like we had to turn away actually a pregnant mother at our house because once she had the baby, we would have been overoccupied. So those kinds of situations are important to consider. And I appreciate you listening. Thanks.
Thanks. Mylene, then Claudia Hansen-Thiem, and then Mendy Harris.
Good evening, and thank you for listening to all of us speak here. My name is Mylène Drakmar. I live at Pickle Brick Co-op. Nice try.
I wasn't even close at all.
I'm a graduate student researcher at CU Boulder, where I study how we can better warn communities about landslide hazards. I am the onboarding steward at the Pickle Brick Co-op. We have roughly 212 spreadsheets and Google Docs documents that kind of lay out how we work and that are accessible to everyone. And so someone coming in new just fits right in. As a graduate student researcher, I make significantly less than the median income in Boulder. And I share a room with my partner at Pickle Brick. We have 6 rooms and 9 people. And there's no way I could be living in Boulder if I was not able to share this room with my partner. I would probably be one of the many people out of my grad program that commute in from Louisville, Longmont, Lafayette, you name it. We were met with lots of fear and prejudice when Pickle Brick first moved in to our home at 748 10th Street. And just recently, 2 summers ago, we put on a big block party on our street, and it was overwhelming to see how many of our neighbors came and directly apologized to us about all the prejudices they had had against us and have really come around as great neighbors. We've brought the community together, and it's become a really wonderful neighborhood. The story about the cars, to me as someone from Europe, is really challenging. First of all, I think street parking is actually not anyone's. And if every household in Boulder had, say, 1 car per 4 people, we probably wouldn't need to have this conversation at all. The ordinance clearly states that the 3 cars on street are the rule, and it does not matter how many people live in the house. Research shows that co-ops have no impact on housing values in the neighborhood, and all of our neighbors and our increasing rent due to the ever-increasing property values can clearly tell you that story as well. Thank you.
Thanks. So next up is Claudia Hansen-Thiem, then Mendy Harris.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Hansen-Thiem. I live at the Wild Sage Co-housing community in Boulder, and I'm a member of the board of the Boulder Housing Coalition. I'm really delighted to speak tonight in support of the Ingram Co-op. And of all the things I've had the privilege to speak about here in these chambers, this one is really dear to me. Ingram's occupancy hearing before this board in 2017 was the first city meeting that I ever attended. And at that time, their request to allow room sharing really moved me because of my own experience living and raising children in community housing. The economic and social benefits of community living for families are immeasurable, and I felt that an affordable housing system that could not accommodate them was broken. In 2017, I also spoke about co-op residents, my fellow travelers in intentional community, as good neighbors rather than a source of nuisance impacts. People who thrive in shared housing practice low-income living. They solve problems proactively and respectfully when they arrive. Ingram was new then, but I believed that neighbors' concerns about negative impacts were overblown, and I still believe these things. But I've also learned much more about the BHC and its cooperative houses in the 2+ years since that meeting. As a BHC board member, I have a duty to care for both current co-op residents and for the long-term health of this organization. And I've seen how difficult it is to be a true steward of quality housing for low-income residents. The BHC is a lean organization, but with commercial mortgages and an aging housing stock, Ingram is by far our youngest property. Our operating margins are incredibly thin. Vacancies are expensive, and flexibility in filling rooms protects our residents from higher rents. Since joining the board, I've also seen the depth of housing need in Boulder and how much residents struggle even with our system's low rents. The ability to share rooms means deeper affordability, and residents experience the benefits of community living regardless of the length of their tenure in our houses. Poor people move, young people move. The structures and the routines of the house provide stability. Finally, I've come to see the BHC as a conscientious and capable property manager. One of the things you're evaluating tonight is parking impacts, and I can tell you from sitting through some tough meetings that this is something the organization takes very seriously. And I'm so impressed by the creative marshaling of community resources represented in things like the garden project you saw pictures of earlier. Yes, individual co-op residents are good neighbors, but there's also an organizational commitment to investing in place. Allowing room sharing at the Ingram Co-op is a small way that this board here can support diversity, affordability, and sustainable living in Boulder. So I hope you will approve this application. Thank you.
Thanks, Claudia. The next up is Mindy Harris, and this is the last person on our list, unless anyone else wants to sign up.
Hello, good evening. Thanks for having us here. It is really an honor to speak to the panel. My name is Mindy Harris. I came here to Boulder 10 years ago, and I'm a city planner. And in fact, I wrote my dissertation on the policies about Boulder and comparing Boulder's policies with other cities in the Denver metro area. I teach planning at CU Denver. I also taught planning 2 semesters at UC Boulder for junior and senior students. I would like to speak to you as a colleague because I believe what you do here is a planning work, and that's for me is really important to have this conversation as a technical conversation, not very heated conversation. In the planning in the U.S., we have 2 paradigms. One is climate change. We have to address that. One is social justice. These are 2 things that we have to think about them, and we have to work for them. In a good planning school, we make sure that no student goes out of the room without understanding those. For climate change, the main culprit is really the cars. We have to reduce car usage, and we have to reduce availability of parking and car dependency. That's basically a mission for planning. If we don't do it, we are failing. So for that reason, I think we should encourage everyone to not use parking on the street. It is not ours. It is for the planet Earth, not using it. The second paradigm is social justice. It is our responsibility and commitment to work for the poor and low-income people and vulnerable population. And if we don't do that, again, we are failing, and this is really an ethical and moral failing. I would like to remind us that Boulder is the 10th most expensive rental market in the country. We are not talking about New York, we are not talking about San Francisco, not Boston. We are talking about Boulder, small city, 10th most expensive rental market. And this is, I think, really a crisis, and we have to address that. We cannot overlook that. And I would like to make decision for people of color, immigrants like myself, and just consider how vulnerable we are. I'm a postdoc, but I'm not available. I don't have enough income to live in Boulder. If it was not a co-op, I would not be able to live in Boulder. I'm still happy that I'm here, but we may need to move soon. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And that wraps up our public commentary phase of this evening. Do you guys want to take a break, or do you want to keep rolling? Keep rolling? Break? Your 1 break. Okay, we got enough calls for breaks that we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back and do their deliberations. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
That's what I asked you, because I think you kind of got me a little bit, because my internet.
Okay, everybody, it's time for us to get back to work.
I know, good.
Thank you for letting us take a quick break.
Okay.
So we'll return this matter to the board for our deliberations and potential action. And I want to start off by doing some, just like a quick, if anybody needs to disclose an ex parte or other contact, and I'll kick it off because the firm I work with, Caddis Architecture, was actually the original architect for the remodel on the, excuse me, if you guys could actually cut off your conversation because we're trying to do the meeting and we can hear you talking. That's you guys, thanks. So we're all ready now. Yeah, just we were gonna do quick ex parte disclosures, and the firm I was with did the original design for the remodel in Ingram Court. We don't have any potential work on Ingram Court again, and that's been 3 years. So I feel very comfortable in making a objective decision tonight. So does anybody else have anything they want to disclose?
You know, I didn't do a email to email comparison between what was in the public materials on the website and everything that I saw in the Martin Acres Neighbors Association list. But if it's possible that I saw more neighbor comment than staff was able to upload, I would disclose that.
Yep, I think it's fair to say some portion of us were also on the previous land use review for this project. Okay, so we have a key issue in front of us, which is helpfully up on the screen for us. So I think if anyone wants to kick it off by making some statements, we could do that, or we could just quickly negative poll to see where we are and see if everyone agrees with staff's conclusions on this. What's everyone's pleasure?
Start with a negative poll.
Negative poll?
Yeah. I'd like to make a statement.
Okay.
I'm fine with polling, but I'd like to explain my logic somewhere along the line.
Mm-hmm. Great.
I feel the same way.
Okay, you guys want to do the negative poll first, or do the poll? Okay, we're getting some pressure for polls here from my sides. So we'll quickly just do the negative poll. Does anyone disagree with staff's summary that the criteria are met for increasing the occupancy from 12 to 16 people in the Ingram Co-op? One disagree? Two disagrees? Okay, great. Do you guys want to?
It doesn't mean I'm opposed to an increase. I feel like, we've heard some really important issues raised. And I think what I'm struggling with is that it would be best for Ingram Court to survive, right? We want it to be a stable community, and we don't want it to have negative impacts on the surrounding community, and clearly there are members from the surrounding community who feel that it does. And so from my perspective, I feel like there's more conversation to be had to perhaps maybe explore not necessarily the number, but how you get to that number, which is sort of why I asked that question of Kurt earlier on. Are there some other ways that Ingram Court could get to stability and a little less turnover so that the neighborhood feels like there's a little less turnover? And that the mission of the cooperative as an intentional community is more fulfilled, and it's not just about permanently affordable housing, which is, of course, an important goal and part of our Boulder Valley Comp Plan. So I feel like there's more conversation that to be had. And maybe it's not between us, and maybe it's between the neighbors and the residents of the co-op. That's sort of where I'm at.
Cool, thanks for sharing your perspective. John?
Yeah, I think Sarah made the point very clearly. I am not necessarily opposed to this increase in residents, but what I really want is for this co-op to be a success. And I am not convinced that increasing the number is the only thing that is necessary for that to happen. I think one of the ways that you can count a project to be a success, this project, is for the neighbors to be happy with it being there. And we have heard from a few neighbors who are concerned about what the impacts of an increase in this number would be. I personally am not convinced that there would be a much negative impact to the neighborhood from increasing this number. But at the same time, the basis for this request is fundamentally financial, as I understand it, in that it would give greater flexibility to the co-op to deal with differing personal situations, mother and child and so on in the same room.
Financial for the residents, not for the co-op, I think is what you mean?
Sorry?
Financial for the residents, financial consideration.
Financial for the resident and for the co-op, because the co-op has to have a secure financial situation as well. So when I say I wasn't willing to do the negative pole situation alone, it's because I want the co-op to be a financially secure and have good relations with its neighbors. And I think that's possible. And it may be that increasing the body count to 16 in a co-op is the way to do it. But the issues that we've heard about tonight, about people moving in and out and changes in the residence, make me wonder if there should be some arrangement where there could be longer-term residents. And I understand that many people are at a stage in their life where they can't commit to more than a year or a more than 6 months term or something like that. But I would love to see some sort of incentive in the arrangements between the co-op and its residents that would encourage more firmly a longer residence. Because I think that is part of what the neighbors are concerned about, is people moving in and out so frequently. But the value of the co-op in terms of providing affordable housing in a pleasant and stable and desirable situation is undeniable. And that's why I would like so much for the co-ops to succeed. So I just want to say why I didn't immediately put a thumbs up on your poll, because I'm still unclear that this alone will be sufficient.
Cool. David, you had your finger up too. Lupita, do you want to?
Sure. I'll just weigh in from the perspective of someone who was in the room when we saw this 2 years ago. One of the planning board members in the room was of the opinion, and this was well known, I think, that there should be a track record, and maybe for the co-op to come back in a year after there was a track record. So that was kind of a suggestion that was made. I didn't personally agree with that, but at the time we actually ended up, it went so late that we were going to continue in a later meeting, and then after that the proposal was withdrawn. But this is 2 years later, not 1 year later, and I'm looking at the track record and I see no evidence of problems with this co-op. In fact, I see a really good track record, and when I look at the criteria, while I am sympathetic to us looking for feedback that can help the co-op be successful, I want to make sure that if we do give that feedback, that we're clear that maybe that isn't in the criteria for the particular decision that's in front of us. And I'm not sure that our concerns about vacancy fall into those criteria exactly. I guess maybe you could say it has something to do with the mission. But I think that the extra 4 does give more flexibility to the co-op. I also want to address, some people question the process as if perhaps this was a a process that was not set or something. It does say right in the ordinance that was passed 3 years ago that the planning board was responsible for reviewing any requests for additional people. That is our responsibility, and then the city manager will make the final decision. So that's always been the case, and that's why we talked about it 2 years ago, and that's why we're talking about it now. I don't feel warm to kind of implications that something is amiss without data, and I haven't seen any data that shows that that people are violating any kind of parking situations. This won't change the parking allocation. The co-op is only entitled to 3 spaces on the street for residents, and that will not increase. With regards to the specific criteria, I'm absolutely in support of upping the occupancy for this co-op to 16, but I think it's fine to make some additional recommendations if we want to from the podium. That's fine, but I don't think it's part of any motion that I would support.
Great. Lupita, you were up next.
Yes. Thank you, and I really appreciate all the perspectives that we hear today, because it really has helped me hear what the concerns are for the various parts. One thing that I really appreciated was hearing from the young people who are trying to live in a city that is really out of reach for most people. And I also appreciate hearing people who have enjoyed the beauty of this setting for upwards of 30, 40 years. And I will imagine that as much as they enjoyed it, they excited to see young people wanted to enjoy that beauty as well. Although, as you know, affordability is really a problem here, and that's unfortunately something we deal with at every meeting, is very much in our mind. And so I think that having the co-ops, it was a new concept for me, and I heard from my neighbors at the time before I joined the board all sorts of things, and I have some preconceived notions, but the more I learn about it, I think I'm getting more informed and feel better, especially when people take the time to come out here and tell us their own stories. I think it's so important that we hear from you and put faces to the numbers. 12 people, I want to know who those 12 people are. Or the 2 people, I want to know who those 2 people who may be living in a house, maybe the same size. All of these help, because ultimately we would like our city to reflect the values that we profess all the time. And so I really liked the chance when you take the time and come and show us those things. I really appreciate the person who come and talked about sacrificing, willing to pay more than his share so that other people get subsidized. That gives me a sense of the kind of people that the co-ops are attracting. One thing that I want to mention is regards to the transient, kind of issue that came up. I work with poor people most of my professional life by choice. By choice. It's cost me dearly, but I will continue to do that. And one thing that I've learned from that experience is poor people have a lot more obstacles than people who have affluence. So even having to make tough choices and move, when I design studies, for those of you who might not know, I study people, I study issues of pollution, but when I go to a place, I have to account for the fact that when I work with poor people, a good number of them will move. I account for the attrition in my designs. So when I hear these things, people moving out of these spaces, to me, it's just expected. The lower you go into the income strata, the more likely it will happen. It should not be penalizing people, that's in my mind, but I understand the concerns. One thing that I just would like to see, if there's a way that we could do it, is this community that the co-ops are building, and it seems to me evident that it is happening, they're doing things together, that if it could be spilling out into the larger community, to embrace some of those neighborhoods who are still a little bit hesitant, maybe accelerate that embracing that I think one of the ladies talked about later with regards to how long it took before I think that was you back there, third person behind Miller, Claudia. Yes, I'm sorry, I haven't learned names. But that was an important point because sometimes it just takes time for us to reach our, enlightenment or steady state. And so I'm thinking 2 years may not be long enough. And with regards to the community, I came to the board with one of my missions was to try to help this city build real community. There are very tiny communities, but there's no real community as a whole. And this is an opportunity to really try and increase that community feeling from the co-op spilling into the communities if people are willing to do that. So I think this will be a great opportunity. So whatever provisions we make, if we can kind of keep that, listening to the neighbors who have concerns that are legitimate to some extent, but the same also to listen to the needs of those mostly young people who come to a city to enjoy things that other people were able to enjoy, but it's out of reach for them. So that's kind of like where I'm going. I'm internally struggling because I think they're all legitimate things, and if we were to just be a little compassionate with each other, we can kind of, build this society in a better way. I mean, in this community, and in the deliberations, I would like to kind of go back there. What is it that we could do? There's 4 people extra that we're talking about. I will have a very difficult time listening to anybody who will have a problem, those 4 children, those people being children. I don't think anybody morally could stand and say, I do not want children in my neighborhood. Maybe there are people like that, but I really doubt it. So when you think about these 4 people, think about the variety of people that you would like to see and the flexibility, which is what I'm listening to. That's the only thing. I just would like people to take a little bit, a step back and put yourself in the shoes of those who may not have the options that you have. And frankly, in this society, many of these things will just disappear. It doesn't take a whole lot for people to fall out of grace. Economy right now is tanking. So who knows? I would just ask everyone in the room to think about the others and not just about yourself. And, we're trying to do the same here. And to the extent that we can, we'll do the practical things so that everybody wins, that's my attitude. I think we can do something that everybody wins.
Cool. Thanks, Lupita. And I want to make sure Harmon and Peter, you guys have a chance to speak if you guys would like to as well. Sure. Go for it.
I love going after Lupita so I can sound like a cold technocrat. I'll just start by saying...
Cite the code.
I was going to cite the code.
He goes back.
Just leave it to a lawyer. 3 years ago when we heard this application, I went through all of the reasons why I thought the application met the 5 criteria required for us to make a recommendation to the director or the city manager. And I think the staff came to those conclusions again this time. I heard a lot on the panel here about some issues around tenure, for example, that I don't really think are in our purview. The code says that the first criterion we're supposed to look at is potential impacts on the surrounding community. And if you look in our code, there are no definitions for potential impacts, community impacts, neighborhood impacts. You can look for those words, you can word search them, you're not going to find them. On the other hand, if you're trying to figure out what folks were thinking about when they were thinking about what would qualify as a potential impact, you can look right into the code section that has to do with co-ops, and there's a section called compatibility with neighborhoods. And I think if we were arguing this in front of a judge, we would have to say this is the only touchstone that we can really rely on to determine what constitutes an impact on the neighborhood. And the compatibility paragraph talks about cooperatives shall at all times maintain compatibility with the neighborhood. The licensee shall take all reasonable steps to reduce excessive parking on the public right-of-way and noise, trash, and weeds on the property. A cooperative may be considered incompatible with the neighborhood if the city manager receives multiple complaints relating to parking on the public right-of-way, noise, trash, or weeds in any 12-month period. Complaints from a single person shall not be sufficient to cause a property to be incompatible with the neighborhood. So it's more narrow, I think, than we've been giving it credit for in terms of what should we be looking at for what determines what we should be caring about when we think about neighborhood impacts. And the impacts that we've heard about have been really speculative. I'll expose another ex parte communication that I've had. I looked at Zillow, which, you know, is me doing my own independent research, which I'm not really supposed to do. But when looking at Zillow, you find that the houses on Hamilton, which is the next horseshoe to the north of Ingram along Moorhead, sell for the same amount of money as the houses on Ingram do. And the most expensive house that's sold in the last 12 months on either of the two horseshoes is actually on Ingram, not on Hamilton. There's really no evidence whatsoever that there's any depression in the values of the houses. So I'm not looking to hearsay. I'm not looking to, you know, people's feelings. I'm not looking to, you know, some sense of the way things are. I'm looking at facts, and I'm looking at the criteria, and the facts aren't there, and the criteria are met. But if you want to let me be a little Lupita-like, one of the things that I really was moved by was Sarah Rodriguez, the school teacher in the Boulder Public Schools, who said that the people who make this community vibrant are feeling unwelcome here. And I don't want that. You know, for a community that cares about art and a community that cares about community, when we're talking about making a group feel unwelcome, or diverse people feel unwelcome, or poor people feel unwelcome, that hurts. So I also want to make one more point about something that has nothing to do with the criteria. When I came into this room 3 years ago, it was packed for Ingram Co-op. And just like tonight, the people who don't want to see the increase in density or the increase in total occupancy, they got here earlier, and they signed up earlier. And before long, it was like 15 people against the project to 3 people for the project. And by the time the night was over, it was like 23 people for the project and 20 people against the project. So now you get here 3 years later, and there are 3 people against the project. The neighborhood that was up in arms not so long ago didn't show up tonight. And there really aren't any complaints that would qualify as potential impacts on the surrounding community that would violate the first criterion. So, you know, I'm going to vote for the increase in total occupancy on this one.
All right, thanks, Harmon. Peter?
There's not much more I can add to everything that's been said. And like every conversation we have here, I always do feel for the neighbors that experienced any change or increase in density or cars or people. I was really moved by what John said about wanting to see this co-op succeed. And I do hope that the increase will allow those who chose against moving in because of the inability to share a room with, again, what we said 3 years ago, and what I still stand by is the vision of a single parent with a child is what I really want to protect here as this option for them. But hopefully this flexibility will allow that to happen enough times that the pro forma will be met, which will then hopefully lead to less turnover and a more tightly knit community that will then be able to make good on the promise to the neighborhood that I felt like I at least supported when we heard this last, that it will yield a net benefit to the neighborhood when this is a fully functioning community that's spinning like a flywheel. And so, again, I do regret that neighbors have to be the byproduct of these social experiments that we're conducting as a community as we combat these these really difficult social justice issues. But I think we're all here in this community by choice for the most part, and this is the community we live in, and I support this.
Great. I guess I'll call on myself, but I could speak on this topic for about 3 days straight, and so I'm going to try to stay as silent as possible. And I want to say, like, the points you guys have all made, I feel like there's a lot of great content there, and from the really strong heart comments about how you want to see this place thrive and become a loving, supportive environment for people to live in of all kinds. The appreciation for it being a mixed income community where people can support each other financially. Concerns John about how institutionally can they help it become even more robust, and is there a role for us in that or not? I'm not going to be able to cull out all the great comments everybody made, but speaking from my perspective as somebody who lives in co-housing community as well, my definition of family has changed. It's no longer just my wife and 2 kids, which is what I got in the house I live in. It's really the whole community. It's like all 50-something adults and 20-something kids. And I know all of their names. I know where they live. I know a lot about them. I share meals with them, hang out with them all the time. And I can tell you, like, the experience I had living in Boulder in an apartment and then owning a single-family home totally pales in comparison to what's happening in these communities. And I see that, as after being on this board for 8 years, there have been some real bright spots. Some really wonderful things have come in front of us. And I would say, the cooperative housing system is one of the highlights. It's a real bright spot in how this city can look to the future to reduce our carbon emissions, provide food security, work together to do totally amazing things that are not possible alone. Boulder Food Rescue is the result of folks who work in this environment. And I think it's the future. So I'm super, super happy to be able to support it. And I think it's, I just hope we see a lot more of them. So any other final comments or a motion?
I would be.
I have a comment.
I'd be honored to make a motion, but I'll wait for the comments.
First, yeah.
So I don't want to leave the neighbors who came here out of this conversation. It's their neighborhood also. And if there is, forgetting how many of them showed up tonight, I think people get very burned out on these debates, and when things come back up, they've often already thrown in the towel and just don't think it's worth participating any longer. But I think it's very important to acknowledge that there are people who have concerns and for whom the impact feels very real. And the fact that we're going to approve this change should not be an indication that the neighbors haven't been heard, and should not be an indication that I hope we're not indifferent to the neighbors' concerns, and that I also want to raise just a broader issue, which is one of the big problems in Boulder is that it's up to neighbors to complain about other neighbors. That's the way we've set things up for a lot of this stuff, and that's really unfortunate, because who wants to be in that position? Who wants to be picking up the phone to call the city to complain about their neighbors? But that's what we've done, and I think we should contemplate a more appropriate way to address concerns when they come up than what essentially feels like tattletaling. So I just want to say to the neighbors that I really appreciate that you came out. I appreciate that all the co-opers came out, and I don't think that there's a absolute right or wrong on this, and I still would prefer that there be a bit more conversation about, like, maybe in the if the additional 4 were children, right? So that we knew that the additional residents would actually be families. But we're not having that conversation, and I don't know that this is the time or space or the opportunity to have that conversation, but by voting on this tonight, we aren't leaving any space to have that conversation. So those are my comments.
Okay, I'll respond just really quickly and let David, not in a sort of rebutting kind of way, but more in a, I think, clarifying kind of way, because really the comments that we've heard from the public tonight that are neighbors who are concerned about the community are very much on point with the concerns that we heard when we crafted the ordinance originally. And so those are the concerns that were used to generate the ordinance. And I think, I feel like anyways, the tools that we built into that ordinance are asking a whole lot of things of the folks who live in the low-income folks who live in the co-ops. That is not asking of anybody else to protect the other folks from the threat of them. And so I think, we've really baked in a lot of the responses to that already. And that's why there's a door built into this thing, say you can move from 12 to 16, but it doesn't increase your car ownership capacity. So I think a lot of those things were really well considered before. Because I agree, I don't think we want to make people feel like they're not being heard. Being heard is a little different than getting your way.
Fair enough.
So, David?
Sure. Okay. I'd like to move that Planning Board recommend to the city manager to authorize an occupancy of 16 persons at the Ingram Court Community Housing Cooperative Housing Unit, incorporating the staff memorandum as a finding of fact.
Cool, I'll second it. Anyone want to speak to the motion? Or have we exhausted ourselves and are we ready to talk about another project? Okay, good? Okay, I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, all opposed? Okay, was that unanimous?
I voted for it.
Okay, cool. I just couldn't see because it was Harmon's head in the way over there, so. It's a big head. All right, so that passes unanimously. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you all for showing up. We're going to take a 5-minute break just to let everybody clear out and turn over and give staff a second so they can get their switcheroo done too. So thanks, everybody.
Does this light up? Do we need any electric or power for this?
What's that?
We just not pass. Oh.
Interesting.
Okay, folks, let's see if we can jump into our second item for the evening. Appreciate you guys all building community out there. I love it. Okay, so the next item on our agenda is a concept plan review for a new hotel up on University Hill, land use review 2020-00004. We'll start off with a presentation by staff, some questions from planning board again, presentation by the applicant, probably some questions back to them, and a concept review is a little different from a site review or environment. We're making a quasi-judicial decision. It's more of a dialogue meant to give them feedback on things like the arrangement of uses on the site, general building massing, architectural character, larger scale planning moves rather than building details and stuff like that. So take it away, Charles.
Great, thanks very much. Good evening, members of the board. Before we turn it over to Elaine to make the staff presentation, I wanted to mention that we're joined this evening by Sarah Wiesbont, I can never pronounce it, Wiebenson, the Hill Community Development Coordinator in our Community Vitality Department, who will be available this evening to answer questions. She's been involved with the subject property for the last several years and has provided us with a 4-minute video that we wanted to share that was presented last month to City Council members at a study session. It's a really good summary of the Hill Business District and provides a lot of context and summarizes the intent of the city's involvement in the project and how that's evolved over the past couple years. So we'll go ahead and start with that, and then Sarah's available for any questions.
The Hill commercial area was established as a residential district shortly after CU was founded at the end of the 19th century. Gradually, shops and restaurants were added to the ground floor of the houses, and today the district remains largely the same, roughly 1/10 the size of downtown Boulder. Over time, the Hill became a destination for music, dancing, and entertainment. Its vibrancy attracted customers from throughout the region. This tradition continues today with the presence of the Fox Theater, the Albums on the Hill record store, and the Innisfree Poetry bookstore and cafe. But change is inevitable, and shifting consumer behaviors contributed to the Hill becoming a destination mostly for students. In other areas of the city, reinvestment efforts reimagined storefronts and streetscapes to meet customers' evolving needs. Plans were drafted to reposition the Hill, but the district's small size and limited funding have always presented a barrier to revitalization. By 2014, 1/3 of Hill businesses had transitioned to fast food. The district had more barber, tattoo, and head shops than retail stores. That year, the City Council made it a priority to revitalize the Hill. Council commissioned a study that identified key next steps. First, address the perception of insufficient parking. Second, update and beautify its most rundown areas. And third, leverage 5 underutilized catalyst sites to attract uses that bring customers to the district when the students are away. In 2015, the city was approached by a team from Denver with an idea for achieving all 3 next steps. The team had agreements with owners of 3 properties located next to a public parking lot at the north end of the Hill. The Pleasant Street lot is owned by the University Hill General Improvement District, and the Boulder City Council is its board of directors. The team wanted to know if the city would like to partner to build a public parking garage beneath all 4 properties. Above the garage would be a hotel with ground floor retail. All property owners would retain ownership. Aging properties would be improved, the number of parking spaces on site would quadruple, and the hotel would bring much needed year-round customers to the Hill. In 2016, the City Council formally authorized staff to explore the idea further. Since then, efforts of the hotel team and the city have focused on the needs of existing retailers, matching the project design to neighborhood scale, limiting or eliminating city investment, and most importantly, ensuring that the project will successfully contribute to Hill revitalization. The city conducted outreach to tenants in English, Nepalese, Spanish, and Vietnamese to ensure they were aware of the proposal and to determine their location needs if the project moves forward. There have been 3 public presentations of the evolving proposal and 6 updates to City Council. At Council's request, studies looked at current use of the Pleasant Street parking lot, the project's likely impacts on district parking supply, and whether a hotel would have a positive impact on district vitality. Most significantly, the outreach has resulted in the elimination of the public parking garage, and the city participation has been reduced to selling the Pleasant Street lot at market value. The hotel team agreed to support the relocation of existing tenants, a transportation demand management program, and hospitality job opportunities for CU students. The project concept has received support from the Hill Neighborhood Association's executive team, the Hill Boulder Business Association Board, and the Hill Commercial Area Commission. The proposed next step is for the hotel team to submit a concept plan for public review with the Boulder Planning Board. The City Council can then call up the plan for additional public discussion and direction on whether to move forward with the project. For more information and updates on the project, go to the Hill Hotel project page on the City of Boulder website.
Okay, great. So with that, we'll jump right in. It sounds like Brian already gave us an overview of and a refresher on concept plan review discussion and how it's distinct from site review and other actions by the planning board. With regard to public notification, it's important to note that notification was sent to property owners nearby and notice was given in the Daily Camera newspaper. All the criteria has been met for public notification. There were 3 public comment letters received during the review. Since that time, planning board and staff have received a number of others. And I know that a couple people are here to speak who also articulated or sent on comment letters. But as a brief overview for this evening, we'll go over a summary of the proposed project. Applicant will spend a little bit more time digging into that. We'll take a look at the context, which is really the key in looking at concept plan. Most of the concept plan review criteria is about context. And that's both the built environment and then, of course, the planning context here is critical. Then we're going to summarize the key issues that we identified during our review. So the project is planned at the corner of Broadway and University. It straddles essentially between Pleasant and University. It consists essentially of 2 interconnected building wings, one of which aligns Broadway and the other is on the west side of the site. Proposals for a 198-room hotel, ground floor retail and co-working space, about 100,000 square feet on the site equates to a 1.58 FAR, where 1.85 is allowed in this zone district. There's 25% of the ground level that's in open space in these interconnected plaza spaces, and then there's below-grade parking. The applicant provided massing diagrams, both in perspective and elevation, that's in your packet. And there's precedent images that help to illustrate the design and finish materials intent, because really we're just looking at line drawings and massing at this point. But included in the images are the ground level retail space, brick buildings with patterned brick on specific walls, and then the applicant's written statement notes that building transparency along street frontages opens up the project and encourages pedestrians to enter the site's gathering spaces and explore outdoor-focused retail shops and terrace steps in a seating area. Regarding the surrounding built context, the site is the northern bookend of the University Hill Business District that's shown outlined there in yellow, and it begins at College. And there's a brief drone video that actually helps convey the context and the character, diversity of character that is on University Hill. And if we can get it to run. Essentially what you get a sense of, though, is that there's a lot of diversity in character between postmodern and modernist structures from what had been the art hardware, for those who've been around when it was the art hardware, to some of the more traditional homes. And you can kind of get a sense along 13th Street, where you see Fox Theater there, of how those homes were retrofit in the 1930s to essentially create commercial spaces. There's also individual commercial buildings, mixed-use buildings. There's that gasoline service station, convenience store. And then we get to the site itself, and it terminates, again, as this northern bookend. But what you get a sense of from this drone footage that I think is really helpful and critical is that there's a wide variety of style and character and building mass and scale. And that'll be important as we move on through our key issues discussion. So immediately surrounding the site itself, just like the rest of the hill, there's a lot of different building types and uses and styles. There's single-family duplex and triplex, as well as larger apartment buildings to the south and west, along with that three-story mixed-use building built in the 1920s. Directly across Pleasant Street is that gas station. There's a large three-story apartment building that's north across University, and there's a large three-story sorority house northwest of the site. So across Broadway, of course, is the southwest, or rather the northwest edge of the main campus of the University of Colorado. You can see it juxtaposed here again from this aerial footage. It's actually pretty helpful with the distinct red roofs, but you can also get a sense of the mass and scale of the university. So when we look at the university in context across the street from the site, you get a sense that it's sort of bucolic and park-like directly across the street. But of course, behind those trees, there's what was the original university president's home, and it's now the Alumni Association Event Center, Koenig Event Center. The northeast corner across University and Broadway is also owned by CU, and today there's plans that include a conference center and a 250-room hotel, along with below-grade parking and restaurants. And then further to the south across the street is the Pleasant Street access that goes into the university, and then of course, just beyond that's the iconic and fairly massive Hale Sciences building. So the site itself consists of several existing buildings. Some of us have probably frequented some of these restaurants that are there. It's a two-story inline walk-up retail office building. It's referred to as the University Hill Plaza. It was built in 1960, but modified pretty significantly over time. Your packet shows some of the historic images. There's tattoo parlors today, a laundromat, a freestanding building along with a two-story mixed-use building that you see in the upper right that actually originally was a Phillips 66 gas station. It's been modified a lot over time. Within the concept plan review criteria, there's a discussion of environmental opportunities and constraints. And in this regard, it's pretty evident that the site developed over the decades doesn't have much in the way of natural hazards or wildlife corridors or habitats. But regarding view corridors today, from the east side of the intersection of Broadway and University, as you can see in the lower right, there are views toward the property that are backdropped by views of the Flatirons. And then as you move south or move left on the screen, those views you can see as you walk south are interrupted by existing buildings and trees. And then similarly, when you approach the site from the north on the west side of Broadway, you can see that there's glimpses or hints of the Flatirons due to the hill topography and vegetation and existing buildings. So it's important to note that with most viewshed opportunities in urbanized Boulder, it changes as one moves through a space, of course, and it tends to open up most at intersections. And moving into planning context, the comprehensive plans identify three main centers and a number of neighborhood centers. The regional centers that constitute the highest level of intensity form a triangle at the center. And it's the downtown, the BVRC, and CU that together with University Hill and Uni Hill Business District is considered one of these regional activity centers. And that's important because over time, that's how things have fleshed out and otherwise has remained as primarily residential with these smatterings of smaller neighborhood centers. It's important to note, too, that the comp plan recognizes the Hill as being a neighborhood center where goods and services are provided for the neighborhood. It's walkable within 15 minutes. And then the BVCP further identifies the importance of the central area under this urban design framework that identifies key activity centers along that central corridor in Broadway. And that includes the University Hill Business District, and in which the site specifically is called out as being an opportunity site. We'll talk a little bit more about that in key issues. If I can keep my voice, I'm going to take a quick sip here. In terms of BVCP land use, like the rest of the Hill District, of course, it's mixed-use business. The zoning consistent with that's defined as Business Main Street. It's anticipated buildings will occur in a pedestrian-oriented pattern with buildings built up the street. Ground floor retail uses, residential and office above the first floor. Complementary uses may be allowed, and in this case, in the BMS zoning, a hotel is a by right use. Then, of course, the site's located in Eugene, as we've talked a little bit about. That was actually established about 50 years ago as a self-taxing district that was intended to support parking and other improvements that could lend a robust retail environment. Then also regarding the planning context, as part of that Hill reinvestment strategy that was discussed in the video, the University Hill Alley Enhancement Master Plan was actually recently adopted as part of the action plan for the 2019 TMP. And it's modeled after other successful uses of alleys as alternative connectivity. One of the selected alleys for improvements is this Alley A, which leads directly into the site, essentially connects Pleasant to Pennsylvania Street. So for key issues, key issue one is primarily with regard to BVCP policy consistency, and we've selected a few from the memo. There's others, but in this regard, policy 2.20, which is the role of the Central Valley, it specifically calls out University Hill as one of the primary activity centers. And then in that framework, like we discussed, it's intended to be one of the primary activity centers and focal points of the Boulder Valley. And so in that regard, a region-serving hotel with retail and co-working spaces that could serve the neighborhood is considered consistent with that policy. Policy 2.24 is the city's commitment to a walkable and accessible infill city. And the streets surrounding the site, of course, have been developed for decades with detached walkways. Multi-use path exists along Broadway across the street, and it's on this major transit line for Broadway where buses include everything from the local Flex and Dash and 204, but also more importantly for this type of use, the AB bus to the airport and the DIA is served along this particular stretch as well. So the connectivity that's proposed with this alternate connection through the site actually augments connectivity and helps address this key policy. And then, of course, policy 5.01 is all about revitalizing commercial areas. And as noted, this is considered a catalyst site for the University Hill revitalization strategy. And this policy specifically targets University Hill Commercial District as an area that should be revitalized for commercial. Then regarding the policies that aren't quite yet met with the proposal, 2.41C, enhanced design for the private sector. While it's clear that in regards to the relating positively to public streets that surround the site and ensuring a nice street face along Broadway, Pleasant University, staff suggests there may be some adjustments necessary. For example, in the northwestern portion of the building mass, access to sunlight to the adjacent property, the solar access plan or solar analysis is going to be required at site review to demonstrate that shadows don't encroach over that hypothetical 25-foot solar fence, and it essentially protects rooftops, adjacent rooftops in the RH5 zoning district. So given this close proximity, it's potential that there would be additional building modulation that would be needed, but again, that's something that would have to be studied further. And then in addition, with regard to this area, staff spoke with a representative of the sorority house to the west who indicated concerns about proximity and privacy. And as this image illustrates, there's about 55 feet of separation. It's roughly the distance from here to close to the back of the council chambers here. And then about 80 feet from across the alley to the hotel. Staff recommends that the applicant maybe consider some mitigations that could include things like fast-growing columnar trees, that could provide a type of screen, but also maybe to take a look at some more significant types of wall and fenestration changes so that windows potentially could view outward and towards the Flatirons, give a little bit of privacy. There may be other options, but this is just something that staff identified. And in terms of the design for permeability, while staff finds that this definitely meets this connectivity and permeability for a site, that there's some refinements that could be made in terms of creating a more strong visual terminus that might want to lead people up into the space. For key issue number 2, staff wanted to point out that there is this existing, and you can see it in green there, an existing sanitary, it's an active sanitary sewer main, and it bisects the property, and so that may end up changing a little bit of the dynamic of the building form, depending on what's discovered with the utilities and the infrastructure that's in Pleasant. It's been obviously developed with infrastructure for 100 years or so. And then for key issue number 2, open space site design, it's important to acknowledge that, again, there's 25% of the site that's in open space, and there's this configuration of the lower plaza, and it effectively channels pedestrians into the site. Staff acknowledges that because of the roughly 15 feet of grade difference between University and Pleasant, that this is a pretty creative means to actually deal with that grade change by providing steps as open space amenities. And in that regard, staff does recommend some refinements. There's going to be a portion of this site that during the year is going to be in shade. And our site review criteria says shade and sun, as well as hardscape and softscape is important. And so staff also recommends that softening the steps, maybe with additional softscape plantings. So, and then that leads us into key issue number 3, building mass and scale. And as described in the memo, there's a fairly creative approach that the applicant has taken to not only modulate the building form and step it into the grade, but also to draw the eye into the site. And it's actually kind of a fun, almost forced perspective that draws to this keyhole and hopefully will funnel pedestrians up into that site. So as staff noted, with this interest in building form and modulation and funneling pedestrians, it would be good to have some sort of focal point and terminus, because as it's shown today, it tends to terminate at least a portion of it on a hotel wall, and it could probably see through to Pleasant Street as well. And then it's important to acknowledge that in building mass and scale, the building will present essentially 3 stories to the public for the most part, and it steps with the grade, and you can see on that north end with University, and you can also see on Pleasant. And then when we look at the view of the north or northeast elevation along Broadway, you can also get a sense that it's the 3 stories. There's that rear 3rd story that's set back, and it steps with the grade. Then finally, when we look at towards the future with site review criteria that suggests compatibility for building mass and scale and configuration with the existing character of the area, it's important to note, as we pointed out, it's a pretty eclectic area, and it's owed to that organic nature of development on the hill compared to pretty rigorous and massive scale of the CU buildings. So staff's suggesting that this is a great opportunity to essentially create a bridge in this location, and that it'll be critical to have the details fleshed out to help create this northern cornerstone for the University Hill Business District. And with that, concludes staff's presentation. Are there any questions?
Okay, who would like to kick us off with questions for staff, if there are any? I'm never sure if I've waited long enough to hear if there's an answer to that question or not, but any questions?
I'm going to wait till the applicant.
Okay, because it is more of a dialogue. We can always hear from the applicant and then do questions afterwards too, so.
Good job.
But if you want to do it.
As long as I can hit staff with questions after the applicant's presentation.
That will not be prohibited. Cool. Okay. Time for the applicant's presentation.
Oh, I thought he was going to pop up out of here.
If you squint, it's like a giant.
Notice the model. Yeah, you can rise up.
Oh, while she's setting this up, this is what we call a massing model. It's a context model. It's a very small scale. And of course, you don't see any fenestration in the model. But we always start our projects with the neighborhood at this scale. And then at site review, you'll see a larger scale model with a lot more detail. The model that's in front of Brian can come apart. So you can actually pass it around and take it apart, and then we'll see if you can put it back together.
There's actually little people in here sleeping.
So let's have some fun. Good evening. My name is Chris Shears. I'm the architect for the project, and I'm representing the Nichols Partnership. Also here tonight, I just want to recognize everybody, Dan Schutz and Robbie Nichols from the partnership, Danica Powell and Cole Maleko from Trestle, and Danica will say a few things after I'm finished. Also Amy McCann and Kevin Hieronymus from our office who will be involved in the project. And Cody Gratney is here from JVA, and he can answer any questions that have to do with civil engineering and the relocation of that sanitary sewer that Elaine mentioned. I have to, as usual, recognize Elaine and her staff. I think Kalani was involved in this as well. In their complete staff presentation. She always impresses me, and she sort of takes away some of the my effort, I guess. It's, I've been crossing out things in my presentation because her presentation was so complete. I also want to recognize how much I appreciate the cartoon that Yvette and Sarah put together. I think that's just masterful, and I've seen it. This is the second time I've seen it, and so hats off to them as well. And also thank you to the University Hill community and everybody who's been involved in this project for maybe 4 or 4.5 years, and for their patience and their support. Let's see. Oh, here we go, yeah. Next, D. Just quickly, the vision, and this could be a document in itself, but the vision of creating a vibrant mixed-use development, integrating that development into the community, a diverse community, and designing spaces, which are just as important as the building, and creating a destination that provides a community benefit for everyone in the community is extremely important with this project. I want to move pretty quickly into the project, but I want to just mention also that there are challenges with this site. It's so deep, and it has only one street for access, and actually that's a challenge, but also an opportunity. So there's limited automobile access, and then we have a dead-end service alley. Of course, service is always extremely important and not necessarily appreciated, but it's important to this project, of course. And then a little bit about context. Elaine mentioned a little bit about the concept, the fact that we've broken the building up into pieces, and by doing that, we've created two spaces, one that opens to the north and one that opens to the south. So it really is an entry, and not only for the project, but an entry from the new hotel. And the new hotel that CU is in design on, the Conference Center Hotel, which is catty corner. So and I've seen that plan, and it also opens at the corner. So this opens at that corner. It gets constricted, but then it opens to the south. And then to the south is the drop-off and the entry to the hotel. So these are two public spaces that are fundamental to the idea.
On the left, you see the hotel floor plates up above, and it's important to note that hotels have certain dimensions and certain efficiencies that are required, and you can also see that in the model if you wish to take it apart. Just a few more comments on that. The southern space is the drop-off and entry court for the hotel. The northern space is defined by a wing of the building set back from the intersection to preserve views of the Flatirons. And that's important because that was another reason we did what we did. By setting the building back, you begin to get the upper part of the Flatiron. So you're not losing that view entirely. The building is generously set back on Broadway, an additional 10 feet to increase the depth of the sidewalk. And that's probably mostly to create a little bit more comfort for the pedestrian because Broadway has become a pretty busy street. And collectively, we are providing 25% open space. And then just some functional explanations. You can see the loading loading off of the alley. It's a hammerhead condition so that you reduce the backing and therefore the noise pollution, I guess you could say. The access to the parking garage, which is on the western edge of the property, and then the drop-off on the southern edge of the plaza. We want to ask you to, whoops. Let me go back. In your discussion today, we'd like to ask you to entertain a different drop-off solution, and it would be similar to the hotel, to the St. Julian Hotel, where you actually have a courtyard, an entry courtyard that's both pedestrian and automobile. We've discussed the proposal that you see with staff, and this is sort of the safe solution, but we feel there's another solution that might even be safer, and the advantage of that is if you turn around in the plaza, which is, I'm not getting the pointer here, but if you can turn around in what's called out as the upper plaza, you can actually turn around and exit onto Broadway, which would preclude any traffic in the neighborhood. And of course, we're accustomed to dealing with Lyft and Uber and shuttles these days, and we feel that that might be a preference. So I think we're going to continue to study that and work with staff with that option. But we'd like to have some discussion about that this evening and get your thoughts. Bear with me a second. And then this slide represents some research that I've done. I spent a couple of afternoons in the Carnegie Library, and I went through all the past real estate records and the physical history of the Hill and newspaper and magazine articles, and put it all together. This is not all of it, but it's just some of it. And it's similar to what Elaine had put together. There's really quite a lot of diversity on the Hill. And as she said, the existing character of the area really cannot be defined. But we've had some design discussions with a number of people about how we approach this from this point on. And I think the easiest way to describe that is that we don't feel it's appropriate to imitate, because the question is, what do you imitate? But we do feel that our approach should be to reference the existing character, and it doesn't mean that it's a smorgasbord of different approaches to each elevation. But it's an interesting design challenge that we actually have to face in a lot of the projects that we do, which are mostly urban infill projects. So and then I sit on CU's Design Review Board and have on 2 occasions now reviewed the proposal for the Conference Center Hotel. And I think, by the way, I think you'll be very pleased when you see that if you haven't seen that. So I have an opportunity to maybe reference some of what I'm seeing with that hotel. And as Sam Weaver said to me a couple of weeks ago, the two projects are really companions because together they are important to the vitality and the future of the Hill. So having said all this, it pleases me and our team to be here to discuss the project tonight. We feel this is consistent with the Hill reinvestment strategy and the vision that the community has for the future of the Hill. We are very interested in your thoughts this evening. The whole point of this is to get your input early in the process so that we can now proceed with the design work prior to submitting for site review. And I'm now going to ask Danica to add a few things to the presentation, and thank you.
Hi there, Danica Powell with Trestle Strategy Group. I only have a couple slides, I promise. So I think one of the key things we want to talk about in any site review project is community benefit. And as you saw in the video, there's been a lot of work prior to this concept plan in deciding, what type of community benefit would be appropriate for the Hill. Many of those things are written into the letter, the LOI, and the purchase agreement for the parking lot. And so some of those will be codified even before we get to site review through work with City Council. One of those is a tenant relocation fund to really help the existing tenants find new spaces, and working very closely with Sarah and her team. I think they're already working on that to really pave the way for those existing tenants in the future. As we've mentioned several times, there's public plaza open space. As a former planning board member, I'm very excited that there's not a parking garage under this entire structure, which means trees can be built and plants can grow, and this is actually ground. I think that was pretty exciting and unusual when you see a larger infill project like this. Big transportation demand management program with the hotel and service industry. So really looking at ways that's also will be codified in the LOI with City Council, but really looking at how service workers get here, hotel guests get here, really supporting different ways that people approach the site and get here from the airport. This is one of the best public transit sites in the city to get to the airport and back. And so community access and CU partnerships, so really taking advantage of this being a hotel and a service partner for CU, and so doing preferred rates for faculty and visiting professors, really encouraging people to come and stay and be in the Hill when they get here. And really, we hear a lot when we've talked to the community about this being for the students as well. So having a lobby that if you were a student, you want to take your parents and meet and have a drink or a coffee, and have this be really the front porch for the Hill for both CUs and for CU students and visitors. Hill revitalization, we spent a lot of time talking about this being a catalyst site and a really big opportunity site to really help the other businesses on the Hill. And then I think this is really exciting to look at student opportunities for work study and management training and hospitality. So that's also been kind of written into some of the early work in the LOI and the purchase and sale agreement, which we'll further discuss in site review, I'm sure. A lot of work has been done in community outreach. This project has been underway for many, many years. I personally just got involved a few months ago, and since then we've already met with several groups. But before that, much work has been done with the University Hill Neighborhood Association, some focus groups, obviously the Hill Merchants and the Hill Commercial Area Commission. Chris has also met with Kappa Kappa Gamma, and we're happy to answer questions about how we'll best impact or not impact them with our solar shading and shadows and separation. We have some additional graphics if you have questions. Lots of meetings with tenants. We met with Plan Boulder a few weeks ago, and we will continue that public engagement. It's very important for this project, so that will continue as we move forward. And another thing that will really, a community consideration and community benefit is just really creating a much safer environment. up here, both on the site and around it. A lot less access points. The access points onto Broadway are incredibly dangerous for pedestrians and autos. Lots of public plazas, sophisticated indoor spaces, pretty deep setbacks off of Broadway for the buildings, lots of permeability. Looking at alley management, I think I took this picture last week. I tried to figure out where the trash cans were for each user, and it was really difficult to even sort that out. So I think there's a lot of opportunity from trash management back here and alley management. And I just made a long list of comp plan contributions that this project is making that we will get into deeper as we get into the site review. Thank you. Happy for questions.
Thanks, Danica and Chris. Questions? David, you got there first.
All right, well, I just wanted to follow up on the loading unloading thing because I wasn't quite sure what the alternative was. Were we talking about the service loading and unloading in the back there and having that done maybe on the across the upper plaza, or I wasn't sure.
No, all of the service will be off of the alley, will be accessed from the alley, yes. And while I'm standing here, I want to emphasize something I didn't before. In this plan, it indicates the uses that we're proposing for the ground level of the hotel. And the red is retail, the striped purple and blue would be retail or office possibly, but commercial space, active space along Broadway. Mm-hmm. And then what you see indicated as the hotel lobby area. We're anticipating that space would be a community space. It's not just a lobby. Hotel lobbies have changed dramatically over the years. And it's sort of a cross between what the St. Julian is, which is a community gatherings place, and Denver Union Station on a much larger scale, where we would have coffee, we would have maybe a bar, maybe a small restaurant, but this is a space that would be open to everybody. And I emphasize that to everybody because that's been the success of those other two spaces. So the point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of activity that will occur that will then possibly feed the plaza and activate the plaza. And as we proceed with the design, we'll be spending a lot of time on the landscape characteristics, the pavement pattern, the lighting, the signage, all of that landscape treatment, because that's certainly as important as the building. And what you're seeing now is sort of an empty space. You'll see a lot of development of that at site review.
Other questions?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I was going to ask if that was adequate.
All right, I'll try and answer.
Yeah,
So,
I just want to know, I can see I have pickup drop-off place, and I can see the loading in the back, but I just wasn't sure. We were going to discuss possible relocations of some of that, and I just wasn't sure.
The locations for the loading service is the same. I think what we're talking about is really trying to refine that where it says hotel drop-off, really figure out how to make that a really great space for the hotel visitor and the pedestrian that's traveling down the road.
Okay.
So we don't have any alternatives to show you, but perhaps not just coming in at the curb, but coming into the site is something like you would see at the St. Julian with different pavements. So you kind of come in, get dropped off and leave, and then you can turn around and get back out to Broadway instead of going into the neighborhood. So we don't have an alternative plan. We're just interested in how functionally, if you have any thoughts on how that could work.
So that would be really where the words Upper Plaza are on that diagram.
Right, got it, thanks.
Okay, other questions?
What is the sidewalk width on Broadway? And the expanded sidewalk width, really?
It's what exists now, plus another approximately 15 feet. So I'm going to guess at almost 30. And, in a lot of situations that would be excessive, but we've all walked up that street, and I think plus it's a bus stop. So we'll have a bus stop there and a new bus shelter, which will be designed and consistent with the building.
I think it's key, especially if anticipating the additional foot traffic from the CU project, which you would hope they'd come across this way to frequent the retail up the hill.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, I don't have a stacking order here, but let's go Sarah, Harmon, David, and then I know John's got one back there too, so.
So I have actually two questions.
So first, a question about the thinking around having a co-working space. My presumption is that with this as a catalyst development, the expectation is that further upgrading will happen in the rest of the zone, so the business zone. So I'm curious what you're thinking about why put co-working there, and so I'm interested in that. And then I was just going to notice that the drop-off that you have designed starts right where the alley that you hope to revitalize pours out into, or jumps out into Pleasant, which may not be the best intersection of all time.
Well, let's see. You know, it's always difficult in the beginning of a project to anticipate who will be tenants. I think that generally our attitude is that the tenants will complement what's there now, not necessarily compete with it. And what we're suggesting is it could be retail, it could be some co-working, but there's certainly no commitment one way or the other. We would be interested in what your preference would be.
I just wanted to know.
Yeah, it would be very interesting. As far as it's the access to the parking ramp down to the parking. We are accommodating 58 parking spaces, and all of that parking will be valet. So you always have someone. It's sort of like the St. Julian, where you pull up. I don't do that very often. I just go to the garage. But a lot of people pull up and then their car is parked, and that's valet, and that's sort of what happens in the big city. But we anticipate that there really won't be any traffic or access issues because we'll have valet parking and they know what they're doing.
Thank you. I think what I was trying to point out, and must not have been articulate about it, is that what you currently, I know you all are thinking about where the actual drop-off space should be, but where you currently have the hotel drop-off design,
yes,
it starts at the terminus of the alley A that you have said that the city wants to activate, and I'm just thinking that that might be something of a conflict from pedestrians.
Yes, well, I think actually you've sort of answered your question, because we've moved that away so that where you see the white marks, thanks, Charles, that would be the access, and that's sort of a neck down. Okay. It reduces the length of what you have to cross on the street. But I'm glad you bring that up, because this is one of the parts of the plan that that needs a lot of work and a lot of thought. Especially with the change in mobility that we're seeing, everywhere in all cities. But we'll be when we come back, we'll have it all worked out for you. We will have spent time with staff and our transportation engineer and all of that. But any other thoughts on that, we would appreciate.
Cool. And I don't know, Cindy, do we have folks signed up to speak? Okay, I just want to make sure that we are a little bit respectful of the people in the public who are trying to get to be heard as well. So, Harmon?
I can probably just hold it until comment.
Okay, cool.
I'm fine waiting.
John?
Quick question. And that is with respect to the loading service alley that comes in from the west. Have you given any thought to making that permeable throughout the entire project for people who like to walk into that alley and go west there?
I think the question is, where would they go and where would they come from? I know that I met with some of the women in the Kappa House about 2.5 years ago. It's been a while. And I know that they use their back door to get, as a shortcut through the alley to get to campus and to get to the hill. And there may be a way that we can make that more comfortable than it is now. I'm not sure that it's safe now. But John, can you be a little bit more specific about, you're talking about the east-west movement pedestrians.
That's right. I mean, you've done a beautiful job of creating permeability north-south, but east-west,
Okay, you're
you
talking
haven't,
about
so-
permeability in the building, yes. That's difficult because it's the only location for the service, for the building, and we've got to have a hammerhead connection, which means a service truck pulls in and then backs up into the loading dock. That's the one part of the project that's probably the most difficult to change. But thanks for bringing it up.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. So let's hear from the public if anybody, if we're ready for that. Okay, we got 5 folks signed up. I will call you up 3 at a time. You know the routine. You have 3 minutes. Green light means go. Yellow means you should be wrapping it up, and red means that you're probably about to be cut off by me. First is Herb Fenster, then second is Jewel Brooks, third is Nancy Blackwood. And if those of you who are next want to sort of like stack up over here, that saves us a little bit of time too.
My name's Herb Fenster. By way of background, I'm a now retired, as of last month, Washington, D.C. lawyer, although I've lived here in Boulder for about 25 years. My background includes engineering and construction work all over the world. My firm and I have represented the regents of the University of California and the trustees of Leland Stanford University for many years, and in those connections did a lot of work that related to town gown, city university issues. As the materials I just handed to you indicate, 2 others and I, about 13 years ago, it's not 7, it's 13 years ago, put together a plan for the hotel conference facility that would be located on the Grandview site, which is diagonally opposite from the site we're talking about here tonight. My first comment to you as a planning board is that I wouldn't consider this proposal for 1 minute, not 1 minute, without having had a detailed analysis of the proposal by the university itself. Virtually nothing has been said this evening about consultation with the university, either with regard to its current plan for a conference center site or with regard to its needs across Broadway. And I want to tell you that when we did our planning 13 years ago, we considered the necessity for the redevelopment of what we call the 13th Street corridor. Nothing about this plan involves the redevelopment of the 13th Street corridor. Given that the university will, after flagship 2030, have another 10,000 students on the campus, it is important to understand the human densities that are going to go into any project that is allowed in this area, in this corridor of the University Hill. And nothing like that has been done to support this plan, which on its face is far more dense than it ought to be, especially given what's going to be diagonally across the street. Regional land planning is something I studied at the University of Pennsylvania 65 years ago, and nothing about that has changed. But there's no regional land planning involved in this project, and that's your responsibility, not the architects here. It's your responsibility, and nothing like that has been done. It wasn't done the 13 years ago when we were working on a project, and it hasn't been done now. Thank you.
Thanks, Herb. Appreciate it. My uncle was actually Leland Stanford. It's a different Leland Stanford, but. Jewel Brooks, Nancy Blackwood, and then Cheryl LaCory.
Hi, my name is Jewel Brooks, and I am the House Director for Kappa Kappa Gamma, AKA Mom. I was asked to be here tonight to speak on behalf of our House Board and members of Kappa regarding our valid concerns as the neighboring building located immediately to the west of the University Hill building project, as you will see. Kappa Kappa Gamma sorority home has been here at 1134 University Avenue in Boulder since 1901. We are a very well-known and a very respected sorority here at CU with over 400 members in our society. I'm a nervous speaker, I apologize. Over the years, we spent millions and millions of dollars on renovations, both inside and out, which include our beautiful landscaping, tree, shrubs, and lovely patios, and we work very hard and will continue to work hard on the aesthetic value of our home. We at Kappa Kappa Gamma are very concerned that this hotel project will affect many aspects of the day-to-day quality of our lives for years to come, and we would like to address some of those today, and I've been asked to give those to you. The lack of privacy on our garden and patio, which is located in the picture that was just up. I noticed that we said, no disrespect to everyone here, that you said there was 55 feet there. Most of that is our patio. Our patio backs up right to that back alleyway. And it'll be lack of privacy for our members' bedrooms when the hotel guests will now look in directly into their rooms. Possible loss of income from future members not wanting to join in our house due to construction, noise, and all of that. Foot traffic, car traffic for events and shopping. A lot more parking. I know you said that you are adding parking, but that is not enough for your rooms, which leaves our girls having to park further away from their house, which they already do at night, and it's already a hazard for them to be walking in the dark. The basic and many inconveniences during the years of the construction noise, both early morning and throughout the day, extreme dust, unable to open up our large windows that we had recently replaced, especially our east side windows. Our sun deck privacy, which was also pictured on some of those images for our young women sunning in their bathing suits, especially during construction and after, since again, the guest windows located on your building will now look directly onto our sun deck. Hotel delivery hours and delivery of trucks, the loading zones that you did show on there is right where we park. So when you bring those trucks in there, we will be stuck. If you're there for an hour unloading, we can't get out of our spots. The building itself will block the daylight and sun back in that alleyway, which is already just a big ice pit area, thus causing our increase for snow and ice removal cost. Possible foundation damage, locating the demolition and digging so close to the sorority house. And it is an old home, and worried about that. Oh God, that was fast. All right, I have so much more, but thank you.
It is totally possible to email us with a list of things too, and I'm
Yeah,
sure
thank you.
the project team will be in communication with you as well.
Yes,
so.
and that's what I was going to say. They said 2 years ago, but from my understanding, we were talked about from 6 to 8 years ago and knew nothing else since then. This is the first time we've been included on this conversation that we know of. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool, great. Thanks, Jewel. Nancy Blackwood, then Cheryl LaCory, and then Jim Morris. And if you haven't signed up, this would be a good moment to do that.
Good evening, Planning Board. I'm Nancy Blackwood, 1065 9th Street, Boulder. Stand before you tonight to enthusiastically encourage you to support the proposed plans for the Hill Hotel. I can't tell you how excited I am. It's been a long time in coming. I've lived on the Hill 5 blocks from the commercial district for 44 years, same house, and watched as study after study has been conducted to recommend ways to turn the district around, all recommending the need for a catalyst use. Until about 6 years ago, those studies were just put on the shelf, hoping the problems would just go away. The neighborhood was finally able to convince the City Council to identify the Hill as a high priority in 2014, and the city hired Sarah Wiebenson, our star, who has led the charge and guided the process. And we thank her immensely for all of her work on behalf of the commercial district and for the neighborhood itself. At about the same time, the concept for a hotel on the Hill surfaced. It's been 6 long years, and the hotel plans have evolved, along with the Hill reinvestment strategy, the formation of the Hill Revitalization Working Group, which is a great group, alley enhancement plan, construction of the Event Street, which has been highly successful, and the announcement of the soon-to-be-constructed CU Hotel and Conference Center, all significant steps towards creating positive economic and social change. So here we are finally at a point where the pieces are in place, and we are so ready for the Hill Hotel to catalyze the revitalization of the Hill. The UNA DRC Design Review Committee reviewed the concept plan submittal a couple of weeks ago and provided comments to you all, and that's included in your packet, so I won't repeat those. We've since reviewed the staff memo and believe it provides an excellent summary of the background, existing context, and proposed design concepts, and confirms the project addresses the key issues identified in the memo. We welcome the significant open space, plaza space, provided in the hotel, and we support the staff's recommendations for the small adjustments to the plaza design to provide a more compelling focal point at the viewshed terminus. We also support the requested exceptions that the applicant has made to the BMS zoning regarding the floor area per building, building height, and the number of stories. Keeping in mind that the BMS zone was designed specifically for the Holiday Neighborhood Mixed-Use District and was never really meant for the Hill Commercial District. Lastly, we're excited about the synergy the Hill Hotel will have with the soon-to-be-constructed CU Hotel Conference Center diagonally northeast of the site, and encourage the city to invest in enhancing the University Broadway intersection to more safely accommodate pedestrian crossings, which I believe was talked about just a few minutes ago. We sincerely encourage your support for the proposed hotel. It's the right thing to do.
Great.
And the right time. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Okay, Cheryl LaCory and Jim Morris. And Cheryl, I'm sorry if I'm getting your name wrong.
It's all right. It's Ligori.
Oh, cool.
So Cheryl Ligori, 1468 Alpine Avenue. I'll be very brief. I'm here. I've lived in Boulder for 29 years and have been engaged with the University Hill commercial area for 28 of those years as a business owner and operator. Served on my second term on UCAMPC, several iterations of the Merchant Hill Association, and I just want to say on behalf of the Hill Boulder and UCAMPC, we wholly support this project, and I also am so excited to have it here after the first conversation 6 years ago about the idea of a hotel as a potential catalyst for Hill revitalization, that we're here in front of planning. And I also wanted to acknowledge the really hard work City Council has done, and really appreciate and am thankful that they've moved the project to the point that we're here today. So thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Cheryl. Jim Morris. And no one else has signed up, and so if you are wanting to speak to us, this is the moment.
Hi, I'm Jim Morris. I live at 60 South 33rd. I've been here since '73, and I oppose this redevelopment without having participated in it up to this point. I often bicycle, and I really dislike large mass buildings, especially when they're right next to the sidewalks, like the Hilton at 28th. Gets very icy, and you feel hemmed in by all the different lanes of traffic if you're trying to commute to work or to go get your whatever you need shopping done and stuff. I've shopped at many of the small businesses that are located where this is now. I really don't like things like the Daily Camera redevelopment, lots of ice, and it seems like you get, you know, big, expensive, you get chain stores or what, you lose the local businesses. I oppose the variance of going above 35 feet. I oppose selling the parking lot. The rents increase after the redevelopment. It drives out the small businesses. Some examples of businesses that are gone are, used to be Jones Drug, where I would get film developed. Starbucks is there now. The Boulder Army store used to be down on Pearl. It's gone. Look Photo used to be right where this area was. I would get film developed there. 7 days a week is gone, and there are more banks neighboring around there. J.P. Morgan is a huge edifice just north of the land shell. In this location where this is now, it's a place that seems like their small businesses, Bova's, Cosmos Pizza, the Laundromat, Trelling's, Dots, places that have been there for many years, and other small businesses were there before. Like I used to buy cross-country skis and hiking stuff at the 2 versions of the Boulder Mountaineer with Bob Culp when he was there at 2 different locations, one in the corner where Dots is and then another more recently. There used to be an Italian restaurant there that was very good and then expanded to Netherlands, and then they moved away eventually. But anyway, it seems, I mean, the idea of having valet parking, I mean, that's not my goal for Boulder. I mean, just, maybe I've led a sheltered life living in Boulder and going to grad school here and stuff. I have a small business, and I have employees and have been in that business for, I don't know, a long time, 30 years or something. My rent's tripled too, so I don't know if I'll be able to keep going. So it's just, it's unfortunate if the people who work here live in the trailer parks, because we keep building big boxes for hotels and banks.
Thanks very much. No one else has signed up, right, Cindy? Okay, cool. I think, so returning this matter to the board, I think just to underscore, I'm sure other folks here share the sentiment, and it's generally the process to just remind the applicant, and the staff knows this as well, that take to heart the concerns you've heard from the neighbors, and make sure you make those connections with folks, and see if you can understand what kind of influences are out there that might really improve the project. So, we have 3 key issues in front of us. And instead of like calling on people and going back and forth, which seems like people sort of like, but sort of don't like, maybe just like open it up to people who want to kick off, key issue number 1, which is the consistency with the BVCP. Or we could negative poll it and say that yes, it is, if you guys feel like you don't have a lot to add to it.
Can we not negative poll and then actually talk?
That's the question I just asked.
I would like to talk.
Cool.
I'd like us to talk.
Would you like to kick us off?
No, but I'd really like to hear what everyone has to say.
Okay. Someone's gonna have to step over the line. John?
Well, I have a couple questions, both for the applicant and staff. And that is that we heard one speaker mention to us the need to consider what's going on campus with the conference center and hotel that is coming in nearby. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah. You go first.
Well, I have a diagram that I might help. Can we wake this baby up again? I don't know.
It's awake.
Okay.
It's awake now. Wake a baby up at 9:30.
I know, right? Let's see here. Where's it?
All right. We have had conversations with Derek Silva, who has been managing the project, the conference center and hotel project. As I said, as a member of the CU's Design Review Board, I've reviewed their project on 2 occasions, and that included the entire development team, the architectural team. It's true that, and I think that there's a letter somewhere, I think, that Derek Silva sent either to this board or to staff that suggested that this new hotel that we're proposing would complement the conference center hotel, and that would handle overflow, and that it was actually extremely important that the 2 hotels work together. And if Derek were here, he would back me up on that, I'm certain. So we have had conversations with them. They are very aware of what we're doing. We're very aware of what they're aware of what we're doing. We're aware of what they're doing, and we'll continue to work with them. I think that the drawings, the particular drawings of the hotel and the conference center, maybe have not been made public, but I imagine in the near future they will be. And I think that there's actually a presentation that Derek and I are going to do within the next month, I think, to the University Hill Neighborhood Association. So we're going to be talking about the project together. I don't have any more information. I know that the city, and I think Jim Robertson has been the representative for the city. He's been in all of the project meetings for the Conference Center Hotel. But I respect the gentleman's opinion, but the fact is we have worked with them, and there is a lot of, as Sam said, they're companions, and they will work as companions.
Is there a way to require, I'm sorry. Is there a way to require coordination?
Yeah, let's hear from staff.
About that. So from a regulatory perspective, Chris is right. We have regular conversations with CU, not just about this, but a multitude of other projects. We usually have standing quarterly meetings with them. There's a working group that Jim Robertson participates on with regards to the conference center. From a regulatory perspective, CU is an arm of the state. They're a sovereign entity. They're not subject to our zoning regulations. So there won't be a site review application filed for the conference center. We're, by way of a memorandum of understanding, a referral agency. So the plan is in the coming months, when CU gets to 50% design documents, that they'll submit that to the city, and it gets run through our typical DRC process, and we get to make comments on it. They get to take those as advisory. They're not binding, they're not regulatory, but we do get an opportunity to review it and provide feedback.
Well, if I can just follow up on that, I'm glad that that communication is taking place, but I think that for our purposes, although we have no way to influence the university directly on what happens there, it's very useful for us to be able to see what they're planning with respect to our considerations here. So I would just like to go on record as saying that I think that our comments here should be regarded as some sort of preliminary thing, because we aren't seeing some of the very important area proposals and plans. And I'm grateful to Mr. Fenster for pointing that out.
Okay. Lupita?
I'm sorry, you sat down, but I'm going to ask you to come back. If you can speak a little bit about the density piece, because I was worried about that when it came to the two big structures. At peak capacity, we're talking about how many people, and usually events at the university are probably short-lived, maybe, I don't know, 5 days maximum, but there would be a revolving events happening, right? So can you just educate us a little bit about if there's any discussions regarding that particular issue?
To your last question, no. I mean, we haven't discussed, to my knowledge, the kind of events, the duration of the events, or how many people would be there involved in the conferences. I do know this, that the combination of our 198 rooms and the 250 rooms is still not enough to accommodate the conferences that they anticipate having in terms of the square footage of the conference center. As far as density is concerned, we have 198 rooms, and that's a threshold that's extremely important in terms of the efficiency of the hotel. And the efficiency is sort of the relationship between the number of rooms, the common areas, the elevators, and the staff that's required to service those rooms. So that's a very important threshold under which there would be problems with the project being feasible. As far as the density in terms of square footage, the allowable FAR is 1.85, which is about 117,000 square feet. We're proposing 100,000 square feet. And the reason for that is that bigger is not always better. And what we tried to do is a very compact project with the right amount of retail, the right balance of uses. And we don't need that additional square footage. And if we were to use it, I'm not sure where we would use it. So this is kind of unusual for a proposal to request less square footage than is allowed. So I hope, does that answer your question? If it doesn't, I'll try again.
So say, for example, the challenges regarding transportation, safety, specific to the university, because presumably you speak to the fact that they're going to be working in sort of a unison, right? Because they're going to have these events where regularly you will have an overspill onto the cities of this new hotel. So we're going to have a lot of people during certain times of the day crossing. And what specifically have you guys having discussions regarding that for the safety, the facilities with the city in terms of providing water, sewage, all of that stuff? And the transportation is one of the parts that we regularly talk, and because it's right there on Broadway, we know that that's actually a very good thing. But with regards to safety, for example, and any other things that you think that may be problematic, are there any specific issues that you and your discussions with CU had brought up that concerns you at this point, and you think that we have to work on it?
We haven't had discussions with them about that, but I think we all recognize that there'll be more people at that intersection. There are already a lot, that happens to be a bicycle corridor as well. But I think that there may be some improvements to the intersection that could be made. I'm not sure what those would be, but that's not something we've tried to address yet. But it may be something that we can work with CU on. That's certainly possible.
So let's see if we can stick to the comp plan question. The engineering and site design is the next one on the list, and let's see if we can actually conduct our deliberations now.
Sure. Yeah, with regards to the comp plan, when I read the various visions for this type of area within Boulder, I see a lot of flexibility of the types of things, and certainly hotels are within what we want to see in areas like this. What I really like is to see a lot of activation on the ground level, and I think that walkable neighborhoods are a very important concept in the comp plan, and so I think that this is really on the right track with regards to that, and I think that we'll probably say a lot more in site design around that. But I do think that that there's been an attempt to make it not just a hotel, and to really activate this business area around the hill. And so I see it as being pretty consistent. I can't really think of any particular thing within the comp plan that I would highlight as it being inconsistent with, I mean, clearly there could be other types of businesses that could go into there, but I think that this is fully within the land use and the zoning for this particular area. So I would give it a thumbs up.
Cool. Armin and Sarah?
So, a few years ago when we started hearing about not one but two hotels that would be going at this intersection, and I being a fan of Cosmos and the No Name Bar, and my kids love Bova's and stuff, I was thinking, wouldn't it be cool if whichever one finished first could take the retail from the other side, and then they wouldn't have to move very far, kind of thing, and maybe go back to their side of the street after the other project finished. And then we could actually keep some continuity. Businesses can talk about, well, we've been in this location, except that little hiccup when the hotels were being built for 37 years. People can have a relationship with the kind of local businesses that they love, the bars that they want to go to, and keep going back to. And so, we've got some mom and pop business preservation policies in the comp plan, and we've talked on planning board about affordable housing, but also, ad nauseum, but also we've occasionally dipped into the idea of affordable business, and it's hard to, figure out ways to get rents lower for businesses. There aren't affordable business housing programs, low-income business tax credits out there that are available. So, I think it's really great that there's a $200,000 fund for relocation of the businesses. I think what would be, and I think that is probably enough to get you over the hump of comp plan compliance for preserving local business. What would be even better would be, trying to figure out a way to build your pro forma so that some of those beloved businesses, to the extent that they want to and can, could come back and occupy first floor retail space at, regular rent levels that they're used to paying today. Maybe having to subsidize those rents to some extent to put them in a brand new building, at the same rent level they're paying for a decrepit building today. But, it's a kinder, gentler way of doing redevelopment in Boulder that, to my lights, no one has tried. Haven't seen it anywhere. And if Boulder is going to be, putting its money where its mouth is, being innovative and really trying to preserve the character of the community, somebody ought to try it.
Sarah?
So I'll add to or agree with what Harmon said. The importance of, and I appreciate the effort to preserve local businesses, but also to create opportunities for new local businesses to establish themselves in this area, which gets me to the second point in terms of consistency with the BVCP. So this is an unusual area because it is both meant to be a business district and a neighborhood center. And, or it holds both of those labels. And I would like to make sure that you all are thinking about, and we're thinking about, how what's being developed can be a little bit of both, but also allow for the rest of the area, when it is redeveloped over time, to be a neighborhood center, and that it doesn't become such a high-end catalyst that it is not actually a place where you go to get a meal or to go to the pharmacy, but instead is a series of high-end restaurants or fancy clothing stores, all of which they're not bad, but that's not necessarily what a neighborhood center is about. And I don't know how you do that, but I just want to put that on the table as something I think we need to keep in mind.
Great. Any other comments on the comp plan? Anyone want to weigh in? I have a comment as well, but I'll go last. John?
Well, first of all, I think this is consistent with BVCP policies. Having said that, I would like to embroider a little bit on what Harmon and Sarah were talking about, and that is to make sure that we still have room for some of the local businesses that are both neighborhood and student-oriented. My favorite is Doozy Duds. Having been a student living on the Hill a long time ago, I used to go there to wash my clothes, and I'm concerned that if that disappears, there's no other laundry on the Hill. And I understand that students have a lot more access to washing machines in their apartments now than they did a long time ago, but I think there's still a need for these practical services that probably are not in shape to pay high rents. And so I'm very sympathetic to Harmon's comments about how we make sure that those services don't disappear, because there's a need for them.
I think it's generally compliant. I don't know where this fits, but the idea of there being any sort of office as opposed to retail doesn't make sense to me. I think about what happens to an office user who is really focused on their office, even if it's co-work. And I think about even Pearl West, when you look at the beautiful glass office on the 3rd floor, when you're standing where Old Chicago is, there's a business that has put a bunch of boxes up against the window, which is ridiculous. So it needs to be something that people walk into and through and experience and can go in, and not just if they're co-working, because you can't really go in a co-working space unless you're a member. And this isn't going to be a big enough co-working space to have a grand lobby experience. So I think that would be a huge loss and would not be consistent at all.
Cool. I'll go ahead and call myself. I think we echo a lot of the things that were already said. And I think just going to be a trick to delicately balance the kinds of uses that will fit both the neighborhood center and the student population and the regional district, but that really does come down to essentially retail tenancy. The spaces themselves do seem to fit that well, but I'd echo what Peter says about co-working being a bit of a dubious use. One thing I really like about this in terms of compliance with the comp plan is beyond the requirements of the zoning, we're getting really good walkable retail and great open space. And so I think this is a place where our zoning and the use tables wouldn't actually drive us in this direction necessarily, but we're actually getting much better results than our code would require. So I just want to acknowledge that. I think there's also some things to recognize in terms of building community and cultural creation. There's opportunities for art here that might handle some of the view terminus questions that staff has. The other piece of it is like creating places that really do welcome folks in, and you can have like a cross-pollination of teachers, faculties, or faculty, students, parents coming to town, all that sort of stuff. I think that's a vision that you expressed that I like quite a bit. That's basically what I had in terms of the comp plan piece. I do think it fits it, and I think it does to the extent that we have a plan for what happens in the city. This does that thing. So unless anyone wants to say anything else about the comp plan consistency question, we should move on to the site. So under the site design considerations, that's transportation, pedestrian safety, open space organization, all that kind of stuff. So who would like to kick us off on that one? Harmon did it first, so Peter, you're after that.
So I just had a thought around, and I think you could probably go in maybe the next one too, but I'll just do it right here. I think as you pull back the building a lot from Broadway, it's an opportunity to create more sound attenuation and safety for what's going to go on the sidewalk. And so trees on Broadway don't do so well. And actually there's some trees that are surviving along Broadway here. And I just would suggest maybe raised beds, which could be installed without killing those trees, and might enhance those trees, but also enhance pedestrian safety and create some sound attenuation. And if you're going to do outdoor restaurants or something, you're going to really need that because it's pretty loud along Broadway. So having some shade and some quiet and some distance and some protection could all be achieved, not 100%, but to some extent. Plus, I think you'd get the trees to live a little bit longer if you protected them like that and gave them some more soil.
Great. Peter? Then David?
I do worry about the lower plaza and the obvious. I understand that. I love that it's open, but I don't know how you get around the fact that it's going to be shaded, which in the heat of the summer, shade is good. But it's a shame to see snow piled up in that environment unless there's going to be permeable pavers and there's going to be some kind of system where it's going to be able to melt away. But that gets into the third issue of building mass, so I'll leave it there. It's hard not to, I know we're at the stage of massing and concept, but it's hard not to just see, a dumb box on a dumb box throughout, as opposed to something that looks unique to Boulder, as opposed to something that could be anywhere in America. And so I'm excited to see how it gets refined in site review, for site review, and something that, there are curves that are natural in nature and straight lines that are not, and there are a lot of straight lines here. It would be nice to see something that kind of flowed with this site, because there is some natural curves as you come up on the hill. And the importance of the design of the retail level as we get into the deeper details here, which I know it's difficult because we're just a concept. I think I'll save the rest for number 3.
Great. David, you're up next.
All right, well, thanks, Peter. I'll kind of leverage some of those comments. And first, I'd just like to say that I saw a lot of recommendations by Elaine in the memo in response for the concept review, that a lot of those points in there really resonated with me. And hopefully we've been saving your voice tonight by not asking you too many questions. So I just wanted to point out that I thought those comments were quite good from staff. I think that, yeah, in this area, I had a lot of brain activity around, this is a once-in-a-generation chance to get something really great that pops as a public accommodation in that area. And I share the concerns around in the drawings. It is challenging to make that particular shape of a courtyard fascinating. I'm sure that architects can have a lot of fun with it, so I'm hoping that when we see the site review, it'll really become really apparent. I think I see a lot of things that I like. Comparing it to Highline with in New York with the active steps and the places that people can sit and all that kind of stuff is really great. Let's make that happen in a nice way that really kind of fits into that space, realizing that it may not be as much space as we would like, but at least doing the best we can will be really important. And I'd love to see us have the possibility of some really interesting public art installations that can come in either permanently or temporarily into that area. I will go ahead and say that I'm not thrilled with the promise of a public space on the roof of Pearl West, and I don't want to repeat that. I have not found anybody who feels like that's a really accessible space that they want to go to, and in fact, oftentimes you're made to feel unwelcome. So let's not repeat that. Let's make sure that we don't have signs that say for patrons only all over the place. Let's make this really a place that people feel comfortable going through. With regards to circulation and transportation, I'm taking a German class as a senior auditor up there, and so I've taken the bus on a couple snow days. The current bus stops are really hard and with very narrow sidewalks, so this is a great opportunity, and especially with the parking's challenges with this hotel, to get a much better bus drop-off and making sure that the A, Bs, and the FFs stop at that stop right in front of there. And then obviously with the coordination with the conference center on the opposite side, having an equally good stop right on that block or the kitty corner would be a really good opportunity. So I think the city should be looking at that, and we should really be coordinating with the two projects to make sure that we have that. And just on transportation in general, there's going to be a lot of scrutiny on the number of parking places for the number of hotel rooms, as we all know. So a good transportation management plan is going to be critical. I don't know that we all understand if it's valet parking, that's a huge barrier to a lot of people psychologically. And so if fit people can park 4 blocks away in the residential neighborhoods after dropping off their bags, they will. So, I want to make sure that we're ready for the public concerns around that when site review comes, because this is, unless we understand where, if there's going to be 100 people in the hotel one night, with only 50 spaces available where extra cars will go. I think we need to know that. But in general, I think the drawings look good. I think that the materials, they look kind of sterile from all the white. So it's going to be nice to see better articulation of the colors and the face work and the way that the windows are designed and all that kind of stuff in the final design. And I think I covered most of the major things. Who wants to go next?
Cool. John, then I'll come back to you, Peter.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to repeat that we should be aware of what's happening at the CU Conference Center for these comments to be as useful as they should be. So when that's on the record, I just want to make it clear that this is my preliminary thoughts without knowing what an essential neighboring parcel is doing. I think in general, the proposal for the separate buildings and the plaza is attractive, and for having the pedestrian access going through it. I'd like to make it, I'd like to get some reassurance that there won't be, after midnight, some gate put across between the buildings here to prevent public transit through the plaza. I have had some sad experiences with gates showing up where we had expected public access would occur in the past, and I think we would need to have some reassurance that that wouldn't happen here. The other aspect that I think I'd like to get on the record is that with the small building along Broadway that's intended to have potentially co-working or retail space, I think that should be made, there shouldn't be any backside to that building. We want to have front doors against Broadway and against the plaza that would be here, because one can imagine, as Peter pointed out, boxes being piled up against the Broadway windows or something of the sort like that. That would be a sad fate, and I think it's something that we want to avoid. And I think I mentioned before, with respect to the alley going east-west, and where you explained that there's a hammerhead for trucks to load and fire trucks access and stuff like that. I still think that there should be some consideration of pedestrian access through there to the alley. There's a lot of people who live to the west of this project who move along that alley, and I'm not sure about the alley plan that was mentioned earlier, what the proposal is for that alley, but the pedestrian use shouldn't be forgotten there. And then I'll have some more comments on the building mass later.
Great. Sarah, then Lupita?
So I think this falls under site design considerations. First is I want to talk about Alley A. I actually went to the site today, and I was in my car coming back from the airport, so I was driving around and I drove down that alley. That alley is going to take a lot to revitalize. It is a remarkably ugly alley, like really one of the ugliest alleys I've ever seen. And I think the assumption that's built into the design of the building is that that will be some amazing pedestrian area. And I think if we don't actually commit to that, and that's done at the same time that whatever is built, it won't be what we want it to be, because it's not a alley on which there used to be, or there are remnants of stores that once were and are not used anymore. It's garbage cans and parking lots, and it's quite ugly. And I appreciate the models that were referenced, but there's a lot of work that has to happen for that to work. And from the perspective of many, many more people on this site, because it's now a hotel and there'll be a hotel across the way and there'll be retail and everything, if you actually want people to come towards a visual terminus and use that alleyway as a pedestrian area to get to the underground passageway to get on campus, so that you're not actually overloading the intersection of University and Broadway, this has to be done at the same time as the hotel is built. And I also wanted to just speak to the open space. I really appreciate staff's recommendations about softening it and greening it up, because in the drawing, it's quite sterile. I mean, I realize it's just a drawing, but what's being replaced is not exactly gorgeous. So it's not about holding on to something that I like better. It's more, we really want to have nature be a part of everything. I think we want to have nature be a part of all of our site design, and while the steps are great, making sure that there are trees and there is green and there is planting, and it does feel a little bit less like a blank urban plaza is vitally important to me.
Lupita.
Okay, good. So I had a little bit of time to look up some pictures, because as I was listening to how can we make this something really special, I was having different pictures in my mind about places where I've been that I thought they were really, memorable. And some of them are in Europe, some of them in Los Angeles. And I thought, maybe a combination of these things would work. And also certainly some things that we can do on the human side that could probably make it even more special. So the concept of, having foot traffic, but at the same time providing services so that people enjoy the environment. And I like the steps, because in Europe you have a lot of plazas where people just hang out and talk, which we should do here more. But also with regards to the spaces that are now we're talking like the co-working spaces, I was envisioning something that I thought maybe would be an opportunity to do something a little bit more socially conscious and maybe promote minority-owned businesses and bring in, maybe a little bit more ethnic food to the community, and really will have a way to revitalize that area, because there are people out there who will be interested, and that will keep people there and provide services that are needed. So I just was thinking about that various things. I don't know. I remember being Lagma not too long ago, and just sitting on the benches or steps, and with food trucks around, and people were just having a great time. And so I was thinking, if we can provide something like that, especially since we don't have a whole lot of space, but if you have a few spaces where people can provide something like this, we might be able to do something special, especially if the city is interested in taking this opportunity for doing maybe opportunities for development in some of our communities where traditionally have a hard time, starting businesses. So maybe that's an opportunity to do something beyond what we're speaking about now.
Cool. Peter, you wanted to take another bite of the apple?
Yes, and I can't imagine what it's like to be presenting a project that instead of mass opposition, you're getting attempts at mass refinement. But I'm sure you'd take the latter. So the bridge is a huge opportunity to do something great, so please do. And A13 image, I love all the images throughout, except for these. A13, the upper right. Please don't make it look like a high school. And A15, upper left, same. It starts to look a little institutional and high schooly, and like the Boulder kind of bland brush that the whole city is being painted with. I like John's statement of the pass-through of the glass, and it looks like that's 40 feet deep on the Broadway building, and I don't know if it's even possible to have that kind of a Mies van der Rohe lower level where the pedestrian feels like they can move straight through it. And A13, the middle diagram, the keyhole, that I think is really cool, this idea of the keyhole entrance, and what a great opportunity for some really cool kind of LED art that will be controversial, I'm sure, but the idea of showcasing that keyhole as the spot that you can move through with some pretty cool art is a design consideration. I think that is a great opportunity there.
Cool. Well, sort of a segue into the next topic. I'm going to try to get my comments on the previous topic in real fast, though, too. In terms of site design, plan organization, engineering open space, to me it seems like the site is arranged in a very logical and it'll be legible to visitors kind of fashion. I think there's some, attention to like the way views and circulation happen on the site is really good. I think additionally to that, the north end of the retail co-work space now, it's gonna be pretty prominent, visible aspect, and you got some cafe tables out there. It seems like it'd be good to have some openings out there as well. The back of the northern retail restaurant spot seems like it'd be kind of a cool place for a little garden court that might feed off of that. I do like the idea of the sort of roundabout St. Julian drop-off kind of concept, and I think, as long as that's, on the one hand, people might say that Vision Zero would make you want to layer those totally distinctly separately, but I think in reality, pedestrians and cars can be informed about what happens by changing materials, change of spaces, people see what's going on there. I don't think the St. Julian one has, and maybe I don't have the data on it, but I haven't seen a lot of conflict happening there. And it might get you a little bit more stacking space and not interrupt the traffic on Pleasant quite so badly. And if you do that, then you can scoot the loading zone further away from the intersection with Broadway, which is going to actually be a better traffic safety consideration, so you don't have those guys back there. I really like the way the courtyards are arranged. I think the stepping down to the lower plaza really creates a totally cool, interesting space. It's got to be really amazing, otherwise it'll be really horrible if it turns into a single, poured concrete wall that you step down. Not that great, but like Lupita said, it's a really important opportunity to create something sort of like a real urban, wonderful space. But yeah, it does face north, but the buildings all have 4 sides, so everything has a north side. I think that was basically all I wanted to say about the site design, although I want to make the observation that I think, maintaining having the building, massing north-south along the west property line actually creates quite a nice sound buffer to the adjacent neighborhoods and properties, so there's something to be had with that as well. Okay, you guys want to talk about building mass and scale? Peter did a good job of kicking us off.
Sure, well, I'll go again.
Cool.
I think A18 is going to be the pill that everyone in the community is going to have to swallow, because it's a lot of building. I don't know how it could, but I'd love to see what's existing overlaid, because I know it's not this open, pristine pasture of rainbows falling on this field. It's some pretty gross buildings, and they looked pretty neat back in the day. It would be pretty cool if economics weren't a consideration. We could just take it back down to what it looked like in the original pictures, because that'd be a neat little place to go hang out. But I think that there's no way around it, really, and I don't think this shows how much work you have done to step it back. And the keyhole, the passage through, which from above makes sense until you actually think about what it is going to feel like when it's all built, because it's going to be hard to see through this passageway necessarily, because there's so much there, and I understand it has to be there, and I think the different ways you've articulated the different blocks have done a good job, but it's not going to feel that permeable from the road, and I think there's going to be a lot of people are going to have to get used to the fact that there's a lot of building now on that corner between them and the Flatirons, and I understand that's the way it is, but the overhang that looks like it's on the corner, held up by the pillar, looks like it cantilevers out. That part of it seems to me that it just, however this approach from the north, it can be softened, or in some way, everything happening here from what you've done on the steps can shine through more so than all the massing that seems almost like it's tipping out over the site and threatening to slide downhill. But again, it's going to be a great gathering place, and it's going to be a wonderful development for the community. I think there's going to be a lot of getting used to this much mass on that corner, and that's my only real consideration. on massing.
Cool. Harmon, you're looking eager.
Sure. Well, I just wanted to follow up on what you were saying, Peter, because, I think that on page 18 there, when you're looking south from the northern, the corner of Broadway there, and you're looking into the keyhole, that's the only place where it really looks like a 4-story building, where it's really could seem that way, because you're at the low point geographically, topographically, and the third story of the hotel in the west building is basically 4 stories tall there. And, I think doing something like if you had internal step backs on the 4th floor, you'd lose an entire row of hotel rooms. But maybe like just a little, relief, of coming back a foot and then having a roof line that overhangs 3 or 4 feet, something where it goes in and back out again and creates a kind of a capital effect, whereas if you just have a flat wall that's going up 40 feet, and I know you are intentionally, I would think, designing somewhat dumb boxes for the purpose of this presentation to elicit some responses, and maybe you're already thinking about activating the roof line in ways that you're not showing. But yeah, having a little bit of wall articulation and then roof articulation coming back out to give it some character, because I don't think you're gonna actually create a setback that's major in there and create, and besides, the courtyard's not wide enough that the setback would give you any more appreciable sunlight or views of the mountains. You're not gonna see anything more from 18 feet away from the wall. So I wouldn't expect a real setback, but yeah, something like that. I heard concerns around solar access and privacy, especially from the rep of the sorority to the west. And I'm not sure, maybe a little more analysis to see, because it looks like the sun deck on the sorority is actually shielded from the hotel by a slightly taller building edifice on the east side of the sorority. So I don't know, if that could be proven up to how much privacy concern there really is when you do a sightline analysis, but probably worth doing. Just to ensure that if there are privacy impacts, you're figuring out a good way to mitigate them.
Sarah.
So I just want to call our attention to the fact that this A18, you're coming up the hill and you're going to be seeing a massive wall of building. And maybe, Peter, you're right that the community will just swallow that pill, but I think it's going to be a major source of conflict, of a debate and dialogue and discourse. It is, and this isn't a criticism of what is here. It's a recognition of what the lived experience will be like. And it's not going to be all that pretty, to be totally honest. I mean, the building may be beautiful, but this is a wall that you're going to end up seeing every time you come up the hill, whether you're walking or whether you're in the gondola, if we end up building that gondola. So I have no suggestion on how to fix it. I just think that this is going to be a huge problem for much of the community.
Peter?
I think the only way to fix it, because you're not going to change the massing, because you can't and make this work, which is what I'm going to hear from the developer, is to just go all out on that ground plane retail experience so that it just embraces the community at that level. And that's a specialty. That's an area that I love. And I think that's something that has to be given 250% more attention than you would give to any of your other projects. The ground plane experience at that corner as the people feel it and see it, so they don't even, so that they're just pulled right in.
Can I just add something? So again, I'm not an architect, so I'm not going to make suggestions about it should look like this. But one thing that strikes me about the space that you have, that you're building on, is that the western edge of the site is a potentially glorious public space that looks into a beautiful neighborhood and towards the mountains. And I realize, I'm sure it's going to have some lovely views from hotel rooms, but I just wonder if there's some way to contemplate reconsidering how to activate that space for the public, and less, and maybe that might make this wall to, we know it's a wall, but we also know behind the wall is this place where we can see, where people can see the view. Just a thought.
Other comments? John?
Well, a few things. One is that I agree with the comments on the unacceptability of the view from on A18 from the way it is now, unless there's a very significant setback of the top floor of the western building, the hotel building. I think that it's difficult for me to imagine what could be done there that would make that building acceptable from a building mass and consideration. The view would be so speaking as someone who bicycles through that intersection twice a day going to and from my office, I'm extremely aware of that, and I think that's an issue that is not satisfactorily dealt with here, and it's unacceptable as it stands here. And it may be possible to deal with it by having a much more significant setback of the third and fourth stories there. I don't know, but the way it is now, I would find unacceptable. The other comment I wanted to make was that to the degree that there is some architectural reference to what's going on in the architecture on campus on CU with respect to their campus style, maybe something worth considering the prominence of that and the general love of it, and the fact that we're right there and supposed to be working together with the conference center and so on. So I just wanted to throw that in the mix as well.
Okay. David?
All right, well, I actually don't share quite as heavy a concern about the massing because, this is a proposal that fits within the FAR of the site, and I think that most of the views that will change are from people who are driving along there. I think that by the time you're over on the other side on the bike path, it won't be that big of a wall exactly. I mean, certainly it will be buildings, but it is buildings in a neighborhood center that is functioning as a place where we can have more vitality. And right now we have fairly unattractive buildings, and we're looking at an opportunity to get something kind of nice in there. So, yes, it might be that there might, but it's very hard to actually see the Flatirons going up that hill. It's not a direct view of the Flatirons. So one thing that the staff kind of recommended was to consider a rooftop deck, and that corner on the the west southwest area might be a good place for something like that. I don't know if that would be accessible to the public exactly, but that would have a glorious view. I just don't know that there's much you can do about views on Broadway, and if you go just a few blocks to the south, you get a fabulous view in your car, so you'll see it in a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, you might actually enjoy seeing the flamethrower, the hula hooper, whoever the street performers are that are doing things in that area. And you should keep attention on your driving as well, of course.
That's a point.
The sorority house concerns are important, and I'm glad to hear that there's conversations, and I liked some of the ideas around how you could change the window configurations to provide privacy, and I hope that those continue to happen, and I hope that the feelings of the neighbors are that this is okay in the end, because I agree that it could be, and it's possible that there could be a way to kind of cut a little corridor through there, as John has mentioned. So, considering how that might be possible to have a little corridor through to the direct west is interesting. Let's see, did I have anything else that I wanted to? I think that's it.
Cool. Anything? No? Okay, cool. I'll take a turn on the building mass and scale. I do think that the overall gesture of the building is pretty well conceived. I think it works well with the open space and the massing and the way people move dynamically around the site. It kind of reflects the open spaces that are there now in a way. The interlinking of like the way or I guess there's a relevance to me in the way the plazas step up and the way the roof decks are occupied. So there's a sort of three-dimensionality to the occupiable space of all of these plazas is really important. I want to see those like activated as much as we can on the higher levels too. I like the architectural character imagery, generally speaking. I'm sure I could, pull out some things that I don't like so much as well, but and I think, what I'm hearing from everybody is, and I'm certainly asserting this myself, is something that's like not bland and boring, but something that's actually kind of a cool building, that announces, it's like sort of the word gateway is thrown around way too often because we tend to look at that every time we're like, take 10 steps across something. It's a gateway. But this is sort of like the beginning of the hill in a way that's like pretty notable. So, and I do think, it's important to be pretty serious in the way you approach the design of that northern end, but it is pretty narrow. And so I think, with trees and the fact that people are like really moving up Broadway, not so much looking over there, maybe doing some analysis of that's going to be really helpful. So I think that was basically, I guess, I want to comment on the package here, actually, just really quickly, more for you guys and staff, so much more than the applicant, but I really think that this is a totally great concept review package. I like seeing white box massing that's not got a bunch of fussy architecture that's trying to sell you on an idea. It lets you really consider what the spaces are like. And then like referencing all these images and little icon pictures allows you to, in your mind, get an overall sense of what are they trying to get at. And sometimes we see people like putting everything in there, right? Like, oh, I got a little bit of every flavor. Maybe everyone's going to find something they like in this package. But I don't think that's what this applicant has done. So I feel like this is a pretty solid level of detail for where we are now. What we aren't experiencing is the sort of pushback of like, well, I already drew that. I don't want to change it. So that happens when we ask for too much detail in these drawings, and people spend way too much money to get to this point, only to chuck it all out the door. So I think that's something I want to say about the package. But I do want to see the buildings, loosen up and get more interesting and get more vibrant and get more creative. This is a place where I think you can like leave behind the sort of stodginess of downtown and like move into something a little bit more robust in terms of architectural design. And hopefully that can get conveyed to Kalani and those guys as well. David?
Since you're talking about that, will DAB see this at site review time? Yeah, okay.
Alrighty, for sure? Okay, cool. Because otherwise we'd ask for it, I think. Does anyone want to I think we covered most things, but visual terminus we didn't really talk about except for under I think me and a few people mentioned art and ways of activating the space with illumination. Does anyone want to add to that? We're good? Okay. Does anyone want to make any last comments before I try to summarize this?
Can I just ask, so this is more just putting an idea out there, which I have no expectation will be picked up. what if there was no parking here? Since it's on such a active, I know that's not going to happen, but it's on such an active, transit-rich area, and there's going to be a hotel across the way. Like what if we just imagine that for a second?
I think it's worth it, you guys talking about it. I think there's also a pretty deep parking reduction being contemplated, and
Yeah, no, I realize. It just struck, I mean, we've been talking about no parking. It's worth putting on the table. I don't expect it to happen. I just thought it was worth putting on the table.
I respect that. I respect you saying it. I'm not going to encourage us to take it up as a conversation topic at 10:23, but.
No.
Okay, so you guys, I will try to summarize what we've heard to the extent possible, not hitting every point. I'm sure I missed a few things in there. So if I've glossed over something and you think it's super important, it's already been said, they've already heard it, staff's heard it. Danica wrote down everything. And you guys will be watching this recording. Luckily, you can watch it on YouTube at like 2x speed later on, so like it's half as painful.
3x works too.
Okay, so I think on key issue 1, broad consensus was that it does meet the hurdle of consistency with comp plan. Real fine focus on the intersection between the neighborhood activity centers and the regional activity centers. That balance is important. I think under the comp plan, that's mostly what I wanted to capture. Although I liked the idea that Lupita threw out there a little bit later of, how do we take the existing efforts to help the local businesses relocate, and what if you try to like sort of advance that, sort of as Harmon mentioned as well? Can you bring some of them back maybe? Is there some way of bringing back like their second location possibly? Because the first one they're going to have, and they're not going to want to like leave that behind, or the new one rather. And then if there's a way to promote minority-owned businesses and maybe have some cool ethnic foods and stuff like that as part of the theme of it, would be pretty neat. The overall site design is sort of logically laid out, and I think people they recognize the need for using the alley for loading and service. I appreciate the idea that you have the fire department hammerhead there to be used as a way of getting trucks out of the way of the sorority parking. I think that's an important thing to pay attention to. There was interest in creating some permeability along that through the building, so I think programmatically maybe there's some way of taking a look at that, spacing apart those meeting rooms, maybe making something happen through there. Overall permeability and the approach to the site, I think, is looking really good. So I'm really interested in like looking at terminating vistas with art, with illumination, with all that sort of stuff. I guess that's actually under 3. This strong desire for a solid transportation master TDM plan. Sorry, TMP. There's one of those already. It should be stronger though, and to support the parking approach. The retail along Broadway, really, that building does need to be really 4-sided. It can't end up with like a bunch of backspace facing one of the sides. So it's a real sort of like glass pavilion kind of challenge. I think that's basically it from that category. Building mass and scale. Across the board, people want it to be a great building and not bland. People had a little bit of varying reaction to the massing, with some strong concerns from folks about the north end and its overall height and design, being where it is right now in the process. I think most people tended to like the architectural character imagery, but there were some exceptions called out specifically. And no one said they thought it was like totally amazing and like perfect. So like that's got to be evolved, obviously, because we are where we are at this process, and it's time to move it forward, I guess. And I think people want the space and the plaza and the landscape to be rich and reflect Boulder in some way, so it feels very of the place. Anything else? That's basically all I had. Is that a fair enough summary? Mm-hmm. Cool. Do you guys have any last questions for us?
It's not a question, but it's just a thank you for what I feel is a very good discussion and very good feedback from what we've presented. And I want to tell Peter that I'm equally concerned about the way that the corner of Pearl West has been handled, those upper levels. It just hurts every time I walk by that building.
Let's go up there, dressed like we're delivery people, and just go remove all that junk they put against the window.
You know, we should have had covenants or something about that.
Granted, my window of my office looks at that, so I see it every day.
Oh, I'm sorry. By the way, the rooftop deck, I'm disappointed, and so is Brandy Nichols. That was meant to be for the public, and it's never quite caught on as being a public space. And that's the other part of, every project you do, there are certain things that bother you, and that's more of a management issue than anything else. I've had conversations with the current owners and the restaurant, and I can't. It's not my responsibility, obviously, but it's also something that I've learned from. I think we've all learned from.
Yeah, I'll just that one. I went during the Creek Festival, and for the whole weekend they had people standing there turning everyone away for the entire weekend, and that was just like, oh. Gosh, during the weekend that everybody comes to Boulder.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, and they're like, well, we can do that when it's busy, but.
We have no business doing that. It's wrong. So.
But we learn from our mistakes.
Yeah,
that's right.
Sort of, yeah.
But thank you all, and thank you, Brian, for 8 years of service.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
You guys are nice. I really appreciate having the models here. That's great. And like the last comment for staff, of course, is like, the packets are amazing. This one was especially good too. And if we can see the conference hotel plans, when even if it's just whatever's that you can edge out of those guys, make it publicly available for us, that'd be really helpful.
And if nothing else, let's beat them with our design so that we're the winners and everyone points at them and not us. In the bad way.
Appreciate your competitive spirit.
Well, yeah, if they're not,
All right. That's it for that item. Do we have any matters?
There are no matters from staff, but we would like to take an opportunity to acknowledge your service and thank you very much. It's been a pleasure working with you, and we hope that you've enjoyed your service to the board, the impacts that you've made, and the outcomes that you've helped to shape. So thank you very much, and don't be a stranger. Come back and visit us.
I'll be back, I'm sure. Yeah. Thank you very much for saying that. I mostly just enjoyed cracking jokes.
Well, as long as it matters from the planning board too, not just staff.
Yep.
I'd just like to jump in first on the board and just appreciate you, Brian. I've never known a planning board meeting without you, and I think you've probably been chair 3 different times since I've been around, and before I was on the board. And it's been an absolute pleasure knowing you in general, but serving with you in particular. It's really amazing to see both the depth of knowledge you have around the topics that we have in front of us, and also just the emotional intelligence you have around handling a board. Your mediation skills are amazing, and you're just a great model. And I'm going to feel kind of alone without you, so I really just wanted to appreciate you a lot.
Thanks, Herman. That's super nice of you.
Can I also want to say that when I first joined planning board, I sat down for coffee with you, and you've been an incredible inspiration, and I've learned a lot. I don't have architecture and experience and experience in urban planning that matches yours, and it was really a good learning experience. And having you on the use table subcommittee has just been invaluable. You've been through those tables, those really complicated tables so much, and so we'll miss having you on that. I'm hoping we can keep you on it, and as long as there isn't some replacement. But thank you so much, and I hope we all get to continue to enjoy your company in the future.
Well, if I can say something nice, I'm grateful for your service. I've learned a tremendous amount from you, And even though we don't agree on everything, it's been a lot of fun. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, John. I definitely don't expect to agree with everybody and everything. That would be, doesn't work in my marriage. It's not going to work here.
Yeah, thanks for your professionalism.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I got to say, I joined planning board thinking I would be able to do a good job of helping out with site review and the kind of processes that I was familiar with as an applicant, and have been totally blown away, honestly, by just like how great all of you people are. And I just hadn't really thought about that human component of it when I signed up for this thing. So you guys have been really, really illuminating for me. And it'll be really fun to go mountain biking on Thursday nights without you guys. I will think about you.
Not.
Some.
We're just gonna sit outside the building and drink beers and look at us.
Totally. I had a long, long list of funny things to do tonight, but really out of respect for sort of the overall position of the board, I'm not going to do any of those gags. I had to give back my neighbor, teenage girl's unicorn onesie, so I didn't wear that tonight.
Damn it. Hey, no, you can go home. He's not going to do it.
Exactly, yeah, it's over.
You got to go.
But yeah, and also Danica, you're back there. Like, you're one of the people who was here on this board when I got here, and helped like twist my arm into doing this thing. So appreciate you.
Right.
You can drop the gavel.
Yeah. That's so great. You guys are so nice. I was really
Live from Paris on France 24.